Are we live? How's my voice, by the way? Does it sound okay?
Yeah, your voice is fine, but I guess
Thank you.
Come on YouTube to see if it's
okay. So here we go. This is us here with the round table, waiting for the people to arrive. I'm slightly late. Everybody's coming in slightly late, but we've got half a dozen people going to be arriving. So much love to all of you. Big blessings. It's a rainy day here. It's grey in the southern tip of Africa, Simonstown Boulders, where the wind's threatening to throw my dish off the roof. So if this drops, it's because my dish fell off. Let's pray it doesn't. We're going to be talking today about the sun. The one thing that you can't seem to see when you look out the window, in all its majesty and all its glory, the power of the sun, the life-giving principle, that source of pure sugar. And it's interesting to consider when we think about it, how all sugar is essentially crystallized light. This is something of a head burner, a head turner, if you think about it. And that light crystallizes to the form of tiny little sugar crystals, and it is captured by the photosynthetic activities of the plants. And so these plants are able to capture this light and turn it into a crystal that can be broken down and stored. And those little sugar crystals of light are essentially how all living beings are able to metabolize. And this is all by the majesty and power of the sun. So this is why we consider the sun to be the etheric gate, the gate through which all the life force, the prana, the chi, all that is good and all that is of health-giving, life-giving principles in this world come essentially through this gate. And so the life-giving principle is the fundamental principle that we're going to be discussing. When we look at the sun, we'll also be looking at some of the mythologies surrounding the sun. We'll be looking at numbers relating to the sun. We'll be looking at some of the physics considered. My own idea of the sun, and I might give a little bit of an introduction here since I've got a few minutes to harp on, and we know how much I love the sound of my voice. So I have a way of carrying on, and so perhaps I shall do so now. Essentially, when I think of the sun, what I think of is a cube. I think of a cube that might possibly be made out of gold, and it's spinning really, really, really fast. I'd like you to consider this. Imagine this for a moment. A really fast spinning cube that's spinning and oscillating so fast with so many cycles within the cycle of spinning and revolutions that it actually starts to dematerialize and materialize and rematerialize and dematerialize due to the spinning of the particles and the spinning nature of the actual cube. It is creating such an intense vibrational field of energetic oscillation, which is essentially the acoustics. And so we think about the Bible and we think about all the mystic traditions that speak about how the Om came first, the sound came first, the resonant vibrational field came first. And why the cube? Well, I will get into the cube in a minute, but how these essential vibrational frequencies are the sub-matrix of all reality, of all things that we can see and touch. Why it is the cube? Well, certain mathematicians have actually examined the sun. Nassim Haramein was one of the earlier ones, and there have been numbers others that you can actually look at his work, where they plot the points of the energetic emissions of the sun. And it seems to be, if you were to place a cube spinning fast, you would have these certain points where you're going to have powerful ejection fields of energetic particles, electricity, magnetism. And why suggested to be a cube? They've considered the cube to be the sacred essence of the sun, and so its structures of the life force field that comes out is structured as per the cube. The Solomonic cube, as it's known. If you consider the flower of life, which is one of the oldest signs around for Mandala and Yansala glyph, this is essentially a cube. If you stare at a flower of life for long enough, you will see a three-dimensional cube bound in those flowers. So it's telling you a mystic story about the nature of the sun, and the maths of the sun relates to what we can consider as the cross, which is the Merkaba. And the Merkaba has two revolving triangles that are spinning in counter directions of each other, invertly proportioned to make what seems like a three-dimensional Star of David. So this is why I've considered the sun to be a fast revolving cube. and that this cube is producing its electromagnetic field and energetic resonance that we're all experiencing here, dispensing life force. Now we've got some people that have arrived. I'd like to start introducing people, give people an opportunity to jump in. The sound of my voice might become tedious if I speak for too long. We've got 3 people here for now. We've also got Ronin coming. We've got Kalao coming. They're going to be slightly late. To begin with, we've got Ramar Star. She is a wonderful, natural-born, clairvoyant, psychic, as well as a profound thinker, a philosopher, and she's coming into her own. She's going to be starting her own show very soon, so you're going to have to watch that space. We've got Moonfeather. Moonfeather is amazing. She's also a psychic. She's a very intuitively gifted reader. She does card readings, cartomancy, tarot, other forms of cards, symbolism, astrology. She's a bit of a jack of all trades, putting it all together, helping people find direction in life, and a beautifully gifted heart human being. Both Ramar and Moonfeather are probably 2 of the most heartful people around. We've got Libalam. Libalam's, he's a bit of a genius in his own right. He's a cosmologist from various different schools of thinking, Buddhist schools of thinking, Vedic schools of thinking, Western schools of thinking, and he's an astrologer specifically, and he has a very unusual way of looking at the astrology system, and he's very on point. The discussions I've had with him have been nothing less than mind-blowing. We've got Kalao Keano here, who is a wonderful code breaker, numerologist, also an occultist, like the same as Libalam is. Moonfeather is also, she's gifted. Ramar Star is also, she just doesn't quite know the extent to what she's gifted yet. Kalao also is a wonderful broad thinker. He does these wonderful projections for people. This is one of the things that he does for his living. And he's a grimoire creator. He creates grimoires for people based on sacred numbers, based on various different aspects of the occult cosmologies. Also a extremely grounded thinker, very practically minded, very deep thinker. I'd love to give you each of you a chance to introduce yourself. I think I've said enough for now. If we could start, move across the screen, Ramar, Moonfeather, Libalam, Kalao.
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me well enough? So good. Well, I'm not that with it today. I'll just say it's the first day of my moon phase, so my moon cycle. So kind of interesting to come and discuss the sun on a day like that. I don't mind admitting that I was just telling Franklin that I was literally just looking for my phone whilst holding it in my hand. So we'll see if I can shine like the sun or not today. But greetings, everyone. It's good to be here.
And Moonfeather, dear.
Thank you. Peace and blessings to everyone. My goodness, I am so blessed to be here with you guys. So grateful. Thank you so much, Franklin, for having another wonderful topic for this Saturday on the round table. Peace and blessings to everyone here. Rama, sending you much love. Sister Kalao, bless you. I love you. Libra Lamb, so always good to see you. I love chatting with you on text whenever we do. It's always so enlightening. And shout out to everyone who's in the chat as well. This is going to be a really, really great one. We're talking about the sun, right? And the Rama star, I love that. I absolutely love that, Rama. I can't wait until you absolutely spread your wings here on YouTube, and I definitely have to have you on with me live as well. I'm excited for today, guys.
Greetings, everyone. Peace, love, and power. So excited to get solar with you guys today. We have such a wonderful group here, and I have so much affection and respect and just admiration towards each one of you individually. So thank you all for being here. So excited to be participating with you guys.
Love, peace, and power Franklin, Ramah, Moonfeather, Libra Lamb, you are all incredible individuals. I gotta say, it's been a magnificent morning. Had a beautiful, very, very powerful reading. Just ended. I'm very, very happy for what it highlights going forward. I look forward to this conversation. And Bush Whisperer, your hair is magnificent. Let's get to it.
Oh my gosh, I was gonna say the same thing too. I was like, oh, his hair looks so lovely today.
He's glowing.
That's Leo's
The-
sun hair, isn't it?
The funny thing was I didn't have time. I was in a rush after the shower, so I didn't have time to actually do it right. So this is how it was when I was showering, and it was sort of falling out loose. So it's because it's looser. I normally put it more tight. But thank you guys. Yeah, we also, somebody's house has arrived. We're also going to have Gabriel joining us. We're going to have the bird dog. Here we go. And no sooner have I mentioned his name than here he is. This is the Slick Dissident. He is also an awesome code breaker and a mythologist in his own right, Greek myth as well as other myths. Very much a cosmic thinker, occult thinker, and a wonderful brother that tends to have a lot of downloads. So I'm looking forward to the downloads you're going to be bringing. So much love. If you'd love to have a word, Slick, Gabriel.
Yes, I give thanks and praise. Love and respect, family. So glad to be here today.
You look well, brother.
Yeah, man. I'm bringing everybody bring you all to my garden here in Indiana, where my corn is growing big. My basil's neglected. But yeah, just kind of roaming through the garden as I listen. So glad to be here, man. Big hugs to everybody.
Big hug.
We love it, Gabriel. Thank you.
Garden looks beautiful, man. It's green and lush. And basil is so easy to neglect because you know how basil is. It's knows what it likes.
Uh-huh. And basil is an anagram for the Sibyl. The Sibyl is a prophetess who can enter into a state of consciousness while holding the sprig of certain plants, and certain smells bring forth certain channels through the Sibyl. So I think that's really fascinating and fun to know. And there's a particular type of basil called the holy Tulsi basil. Tulsi, also geometrological match to the word Sibyl. So Tulsi is a double Sibyl. Her name Tulsi is Sibyl, and also Tulsi holy basil. The word basil is a Sibyl. All of this goes to Switzerland, Basel, Switzerland. Friedrich Nietzsche, Carl Jung is all rooted in the Sibyls of the Swiss Alps, where the ostriches are burying their head in the sand as a big joke.
And you could even make a connection with swivel, right?
Oh, right, like Minerva.
B's and V's. Yeah, B's and V's are able to change in all the ancient languages. So swivel has got to do with chakra, spinning. And when you swivel and you spin, you start to go into a trance. It's like basis of shamanic trance, no? Swiveling.
I love that, yeah.
Dance.
Yeah, then, they say, keep your head on a swivel. Well, that's one way to do it. But then the Sufis do it the other way. They keep their body on the swivel and their head stays in place. They call that spotting, right? To spin.
Yeah. That way you don't get so dizzy. The blood doesn't overcompensate down one side of the body, which is what happens, I find, when you spin a lot. You find the blood wants to go to one side of your body, right? And so it pushes the circulation. We're also going to have Ronin coming a little bit later. So when Ronin arrives, there will be the majestic six, or the sexy six. And a little bit later on, we're going to have Soraya arriving. She's busy at home looking after her kids, supper, all of that. So she'll be with us a little later. So yeah, who would like to kick off the proverbial ball I've been speaking about how the sun, as I see the sun, relate the sun to a cube that's spinning really fast, materializing, dematerializing, creating those resonant frequencies, the flower of life and all of this, and why light is the way it is. But who here would like to kick the ball? Unless, one moment, Moonfeather dropped out, she's back in. So yeah, who would like to kick the ball with the sun? I'll leave an open space. Anybody who wants to jump in?
So the sun is often thought of as like a ball of fire, a sphere of fire, but on top of that, it's a sphere of light, a sphere of illumination. And I think that the illumination side coming from the fire is something that's at the core of what the sun is archetypally. In astrology, when you have conjunctions with the sun, you see the expression, that fire turning into light, the most pure form of expression combined into other planets. So you see how the sun kind of plays with other planets, other asteroids, and when you see sun conjunctions in a chart, they're big. It's like you can see that in a person, and so that's something that I find really fascinating and powerful about the sun is those parts of it.
Totally. People always used to think I was Gemini. I don't have anything going on, but my Sun and Mercury are in a very, very extremely tight, sort of hovering around my midheaven. So that probably brings a lot of Mercury into my sphere, which is why I've often been considered. People always said, "Are you Gemini?" And I'm like, "No, I'm the furthest thing from Gemini." But I've got that mercurial aspect to myself, even though I'm fixed, Scorpio, North Moon in Taurus, Leo fixed Sun, and I've got a lot of fixed elements, all fixing and like hammering in the fix, but I've got that one thing going on which is mutable, and it makes me seem like such a mutable person. And so I can completely relate to what you're saying. Another interesting thing about the sun is I think when we consider the nature of the universe, right, there is electricity and there is magnetism. And so we can consider magnetism as darkness. I like to. And we can consider electricity as light. Light is essentially the way we see the electromagnetic field, right? It's a very small bandwidth of it, but it's essentially the electricity. The magnetism is proverbially dark. We can feel the magnetism. We can feel it resonating through our bodies. We can feel the magnetic currents, but we see the light bouncing off objects. And so our eyes have been trained to track photons, which is rather interesting. So I always like to think of the sun as, even though the sun is giving off both, I mean, it's essentially giving off magnetic fields and it's giving off electricity. But it seems to be the electricity which dominates when one thinks about the sun, where the moon seems to dominate the sphere of magnetism very powerfully, because obviously the moon is what's having a big effect on the oceans and all the water in women's bodies and all the water in our own bodies, the hormones that relate to this sphere, and everything related to magnetism seems to be under the sway of the moon. But when electricity, and here's an interesting thing, we use the word on. The word on is an ancient name of the sun. From, is it Egypt or is it the land of Chem? I'm not quite sure exactly, but the word on is an old name of the sun, and we still use that to this day for our electricity, which is quite an interesting concept.
Yeah, I got something on that. This is fun. I love to share this one. So on is reduces to 3, and off it becomes 1/4. So on and off is 3.14. And on is also Orion when the sun is on the rise, turning on the light. Off is Ophiuchus when the sun is on the descending, falling down in the fall. So on and off is Orion and Ophiuchus articulating a 3.14 pi dance in the sky.
Damn!
That's wild.
Wow.
That is so wild. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Starting off strong.
Ain't that
That's something to hold on to.
Yeah, man. I love accumulating these things, and they just pack into like a real nice vision that, you bring it all together and you're like, wow, they're literally flipping the switch in our mind when we say on and off.
Don't you find it interesting how we've been taught to use these words? And it's almost, to me, it seems like we've got them backwards, because we tend to glorify electrical impulses. We tend to glorify the pineal gland, right? Even in our spiritual cosmologies, everybody thinks that the Ajna chakra from India is related to the pineal gland instead of the balance between the pineal and the pituitary. And when we look at it from that perspective, I mean, when you look at the picture is literally telling you it's got the Ida and the Pingala both present. So it's got the pituitary and the pineal both present, the hormones and the electrical, in a state of whole brain motion. But there's this glorification of on. And we've even started our day with moving towards the daylight, where in the ancient times, we've discussed this before, the day always with the setting of the sun. So Ophiuchus, as you say, and Orion have almost been reversed in a sense. And so we've glorified on, putting the lights on, instead of glorifying the womb, if that makes sense. And so in the same way, we've glorified the masculine presence to the point where the feminine principle has been sort of denied. The emotions, we've been taught, don't show your emotions. Don't go into that dark water. Stay where it's nice and bright, where you can know everything that makes perfect conscious sense to yourself. And to me, this is sort of symptomatic of where we're at now in terms of the inversion principles. I mean, we've spoken so much about the inversions. It's something that's probably going to come up quite dearly, because we're talking about the sun. And I mean, the obvious other aspect of the sun is the sun, right? The father and the son. So there's a cosmological idea to also tether the mind onto. We're talking about the son as in the child which is of the father. We're talking about the story of Osiris, talking about the story of Horus, and the story of, which came up before, of the chopping up of the sun god into these 14 components, and how the penis, the golden penis, had to be manufactured. This is quite interesting, because I think that symbolizes electricity. I don't know. I'd love for somebody to give me feedback on that. What does the golden penis represent when we're talking about on power?
That would be sunrise.
Yeah.
That would be the ultimate apex of creation and birth from a masculine principle, from at least from the ego, because the sun represents ego, right? The sun is, it's funny talking about on or Heliopolis, right? Because that's literally that city literally represents that. The sun is strongest in Leo, right? But it's exalted in Aries. It's at its detriment in Aquarius, and it's at its weakest during its fall in Libra. So we can look at all of these principalities and see not just the supposed hierarchy, but we can see the cause. So understanding this, we can look at religion, we can look at mythology when it comes to Christ saying, no one goes to the Father but through me. And we can see the sun behind the sun, which would be Sirius, right? But Sirius is a trinity of Sirius A, B, and C, the latter of which wasn't known by modern man until the last, 40, 50 years, when we had oral traditions from the Dogon and the tribe of Mali and the indigenous here and around the world speaking this literally in their oral traditions. So I think the sunrise itself is a rebirth, a reconstitution.
I think also that golden rod is like a wand that makes you think of the transmitter. Makes you think of like the obelisks that certain groups of society like to put everywhere, but also not just those, maybe some ancient like Celtic structures that are put up in the land as well too.
You know,
Oh, no, go ahead.
say that last part again a little louder. I just missed the last part.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Is that better? I've got the laptop pressed right against me now. I was just saying, the golden rod, it makes me think of like a wand. It's like obelisks as well, you know, power transmitters that certain groups of society like to put all over the place. And also some ancient, I won't say Celtic, but I'm not sure, structures, you know, like dolmens, these kinds of things that we have all over the landscape. But I don't know what it's like with that in the Americas, but definitely in the UK and mainland Europe.
Yeah. You know, I point out that T-Mobile is basically the word obelisk. And there's a lot of, you know, adding artifice to the landscape with the T-Mobile agenda under the guise of communication. But we know about geomancy and the use of straight lines between the ruins and the runes that they're actually drawing. It is really fascinating how the obelisk is right there in the word T-Mobile. You know, it's literally like obelisk and marble in the same word. It's really something. With that magenta collectivism Valis spell.
And why do you think magenta? Why do you think that's the chosen color?
Because it rhymes with my favorite word in the whole world.
Oh, of course it does. Yeah.
So the sun card is number 19, and 19 is so sacred for so many reasons in so many ways. You know, Napoleon Bonaparte very likely was like maybe a crypto Moor, or maybe a crypto Islamic, some derivative of that third Abrahamic faith. But we don't see that, we don't learn that. But if you look at all of his, the launching dates of his initiation of all of his movement throughout his life, he was obsessed with the 19, the monotonic cycle. Obsessed with it. It's kind of alarming to see all the evidence pile up at how his whole life was formatted around the 19. Which is a monotonic cycle, but it's also part of that grand lunar standstill cycle, the bigger picture. This 18.6 is the technical number, but it rounds up to the 19 for the sake of keeping it occulted. For not being too accurate, let's just say 19 for the public. But 18.6 is the real bread and butter. That's a JZX. JZX kind of spells the word we all know. That had the sun stand still for a very prolonged period on his last day. Jesus at the crossing had a very interesting calling out to the sun to return on his last moments. Very much a lunar standstill encode in the crucifixion story, but also and that's 18.6 again. Such a crucial number. Comes up in a lot now that I see it, but it. I just want to also point out something I've discovered really neat about the 19. So the sun card is let our eyes see. Let our eyes see. Literacy. The sun's secret. The sun secret. The sign secret. The secret signs of the Sanskrit lets our eyes see. And so all of this is in that sun card, you know, learning literacy of these symbols. But something else I found with the 19, that's specifically 19, not lunar standstill oriented, there are also 19 meteor showers throughout the year. And these correspond in a cool way with what, you know, we talk about downloads. And in a really fun way, this pattern, this 19 pointed pattern through the sky, through the anvil of the annual expression, those 19 meteor showers become like conflagrations or downloads, but we don't talk about them. That's actually that's something I've noticed. They do correspond to holidays, and the holiday mundane ritual actually is articulating aspects of those meteor showers. Some of them repeat themselves. Some, like the Buoted meteor showers, happens at the pinnacle of the Analima and at the foot of the Analima. It happens twice a year that Buotes lights up just above the head of the kite with this meteor shower from the Great Void. And since that happens twice, I think it's the Eleusinian reveal. I think that's Hades making a fuss over Persephone twice a year as we go through the expression of the Analima. But the ones that double up of that 19 list, I'm not sure, but I wonder if you eliminate the double meteor showers, if you cancel them off the list, I wonder if there's a list of 14. So the 14 pieces of Osiris being thrown in a conflagration in different places and needing to be recollected, I wonder if it's a matter of sifting through the meteor shower cycles to reveal the potency of this artifice, this amplifying potency of the golden phallus.
Now you're getting me all juiced up, brother. You're juicing me up. You start talking about 19 after showing me your garden, and I'm getting excited because I'm thinking about the way in which all life has to build. Okay, so firstly, the sun emits light, and plants literally take the light and turn them into crystals, sugars, which is just, it's mind-blowing when you think about it. It's like, what? But in order to do that, they need two profoundly most fundamental important elements. When they're going into flower, they need to produce mass. Now, when you're producing mass, what you need is, the 19th element, potassium. And potassium is like the key to producing mass. And the whole generation effect obviously requires nitrogen, because the nitrogen is what gives the process of taking light and turning it into sugar action. So the powerful mass-producing element is potassium, the 19th element, which is just hammering on with what you said, like showing us in plants, like, yep, that's the truth. Then we're looking at the other one, and what is that? What is nitrogen? Oh my gosh, do we have to even say it? Okay, it's the 7th atomic number, which is interesting. But the atomic mass, if we look at the atomic mass for a moment, it's 14.007.
Whoa.
Now we can take the 14 on the one aspect. So here we see this relationship between 14 and 19, like you were pointing out. The one has got to do with the transfer of energy into a crystal form, and the other one is to use that energy to produce living mass. And then on the other side of the polarity, we've got the 007, because you can break those, the one side, which is above the zero line and below the zero line, into two groups numerologically. So it's rather interesting when we look at those two elements as being like the most fundamental life-giving principles, because all life requires the sugars from plants. Nothing can live without the sugars of plants. No animal, no creature. And there we see the 19 and the 14 having to work together in order to create the synergy.
Wow, man. Wow, this is so fun. We might have just opened a whole portal of the Mind of Slick Dissident project right there. I can't wait to go back. So nitrogen, being number 7, is in the chariot card, specifically the Thoth deck chariot card. He is a knight. He is in a suit of armor. So he is rocking number 7 nitrogen encoded in the visual punnery of particularly the Thoth deck. But, you know, you could say the other chariot cards that they're knighted. You know, they're wearing heraldry and symbols of being a knight, or, you know, an official of some sort, initiated. But I just love how much. What's that?
A regent. A regent.
Yeah.
A knight regent. Yeah.
Nice, man. Yes. And nitrogen comes from dew. The best way to harvest nitrogen, if anybody's seen the Mutus Liber book and those works, they're showing a couple harvesting nitrogen. It's all pictographic. There's no words in Mutus Liber. It's like the silent works, but it means more than that. And they're putting blankets out in fields, in open fields at night, so that they can harvest the dew. And then in the morning, they go collect those blankets, and they rinse the blankets into a bucket. And that water from the dew collection is nitrogen supercharged. So they clearly this nitrogen was being extracted or isolated, being isolated with very refined techniques so long ago that they were able to communicate it in the Mutus Liber with no words. That's high order of thinking, excuse me.
Well, we're pushing this boat out early, aren't we? This is going to be a long one. The whole idea of nitrogen and what you're talking about, the regent and the night, that's just so beautiful, because then we can look at what Cancer represents, right? Because we got the 6 and the 9. So the 6 and the 9 is that shifting energy. It's the 3 moving from the 6 to the 9. It's the manifesting process of light coming into being and solidifying into bright light, into a crystal that you can use and eat. And so I've always thought of Cancer as being rather fundamental. They say that Cancer and Leo are both rather fundamental when we look at the horoscope and the, in terms of the wheel of the zodiac, because of where they are placed. Cancer being the moon, Leo being the sun, the Ouroboros being Cancer and Leo being the head that eats the tail of the Ouroboros, and the other 5 planets being the polarizing effects that produce the other 10 signs. So we've got the 12 signs of the zodiac, mystic number of 13. 13 is when they're coming into being, something they didn't want us to think about. So they kept us focusing on the 12, which is rather interesting. But this whole aspect of Cancer is really interesting, because when we think about Cancer, the Tropic of Cancer, right? And there's quite a profound difference in temperature and weather once you cross that tropic, is there not? I mean, I'm not really the geographer here, but I do remember being told in school that's like really where everything changes. Yeah, when you cross that point, you're going into a different zone, and it's sort of like creating barriers, if you will, creating one pole and another pole. And so the charioteer is him that can cross over, him that can travel out into the unknown of the deeper ranges. So it does on some aspect relate to the Merkaba, which relates to the double spinning tetrahedron, astral formations, light. And so on the one hand, we've got the Merkaba, Cancer, and on the other hand, we've got the cube, light. And I've always thought of the cube being a container for the Merkaba, and the octahedron is what separates the two. And now we have a diagram for the firmament in terms of geometry, and the waters above and the waters below, relating to the waters crystallizing on the cube or collecting on the cube, and the waters below being the waters being moved within the movement of the Merkaba, but the octahedron being that containing thing. And so here it brings the importance of oxygen into the picture. Why oxygen is the key. Why oxygen is so important for all communication. Why? I noticed this. Meditation. When one enters into a deep state of meditation, one doesn't need oxygen. Isn't that the damnedest thing? If you can get your mind to go into a very, very deep point and rest there, you won't need to breathe. And you'll be comfortable not needing to breathe for long periods of time. It won't be like you have to force yourself not to breathe. You just will get into the point where breathing once per minute is comfortable. And you can do that for hours. And so you can actually use that as a basis to know how long you've been meditating for. You keep track of how many breaths you've had. And if you've had 60 breaths, that's an hour. And so you learn your pattern, you learn to get into that cycle. You don't go deeper, you don't go more shallow, because that way you're still very much consciously aware with a 60 breath cycle. You can stretch it, probably go to 40 breaths and 30 breaths, but then you start to leave your body. So in a 60 breath cycle, you're still very much rooted in the matter. And so this oxygen is the key to keeping your consciousness in the body. And the nitrogen is the key to being able to translocate light into sugars to produce the metabolic requirements for all of this to happen. And potassium being the key to be able to turn what is produced into mass. And it's a very interesting relationship between these three elements: oxygen, potassium, and nitrogen. I think that's something for us to consider when we're working with plants, because I don't know if you've noticed this, Gabriel. This is slightly off topic, but it's not, because we're talking about the sun. So growing plants is the story of the sun. Gardening is the magic of the sun. It's the sacred dance, the sacred power of the sun is knowledge, but it's also knowledge of language, knowledge of how things are put together, knowledge of how plants are put together, essentially, the structure of the universe, essentially, the logos, if you will. And so when we consider plants, if you bubble your water, and have you done this, Gabriel? I hope you're aware of this. You probably are. If you take a simple fish tank bubbler and bubble your water before you put it on your plants, you will knock out a lot of positive hydrogen ions. You will knock out enough positive hydrogen ions in order to turn that water into a factor of 10 more alkaline than what it was. So you will raise your pH. If your pH starting at 6.5, it will raise to 7.5 with the water. But the oxygen content in the water will be extremely high. And so that means that the water will become highly magnetic and able to be carried by the xylophoam even better. So the plants will uptake that water like crazy. And this is why compost teas work. It's not just the nutrients in the water. It's the oxygen in the water that makes those compost teas so damn potent. Because you can take all the nutrients of a compost tea and put it into a water, but it won't have the same effect unless you've made it, as you know, right? But when you bubble that water, or if you've got a stirring pan, however you activate that water, it takes activation, kinetics. So we're looking at how kinetics is that sort of link with the oxygen acting between the nitrogen and the potassium. And so these three have got like quite a powerful relationship. And so we're looking at the sun and we're looking at numbers. The number 19, fundamental to the sun, right? The sun is also the symbol of polarity, right? Night and day is really the sun's divisions. It really tells us whether it's night or day with regards to our orientation to the sun. It also causes all electrical things to become polarized as per where the light is coming from, because the earth is a capacitor, right? So whether you take into account the round model earth or the flat model earth or the inside concave model earth, whichever model earth you take, it's immaterial. It's the capacitizing of the electrical power of the sun that creates the magnetic field on the earth. And those little particles bouncing against the earth, these little photons, have that reaction that stimulate the magnetic currents within the earth to become polarized. So there's something quite powerful about the nature of polarity in the sun. So the number 19 makes a lot of sense, because the sun is one. It is the unity. It's the thing around which all others revolve, but it's also in itself, it's the end of the beginning. It's the end of the beginning because it's in a cycle of movement. It's not static. It's always beginning where it's ending, but it's ending where it's beginning, and it's on its way to end where it was beginning, and it's going to begin where it was ending.
Yeah, man. Okay, so I'm picking up some heavy signals through so I've got the periodic table here with me. Buddy, I'm telling you, you really have opened up my mind to something here. I'm harvesting the elements that spell out the word night, K-N-I-G-H-T. Nitrogen, potassium, mercury, titanium. And I'm reducing their, Hello. Hello. I see you. Look at that face. Look at that beautiful face. I recognize your voice. I've heard you talk before. You have a beautiful voice.
Hey,
Thank you.
Josh.
Hello, Josh.
Okay, Josh. Mommy's gonna get a bit funny. I love you, my boy. Please do continue, brother.
I love how close his cheek was. He's so cheeky. That was great. So I'm pulling out nitrogen, potassium, mercury, and titanium from the word night. K-N-I-G-H-T is also think, T-H-I-N-K, and you're pulling the G out of the word night, so it becomes think septenary, right? Think cipher. Think of the cipher here. So nitrogen, potassium, mercury, titanium, their atomic numbers reduce for us to a 7184, which I recognize from my Enneagram work, from the 369 project that I'm on. I'm seeing that this is the internal heptad of the Enneagram. A 7184 reveals a sequence that I recognize. There's a couple missing elements here, but I think we're really onto something fascinating, potentially, just with the word night extracted from the periodic table. No conclusions, but this is a fun project to ponder.
What do you think, Carlisle, brother? I haven't heard much from you, and we've got Moonfeather here still. I hope you haven't dropped off.
I'm just thinking the most famous knights are the Knights of the Round Table. You know, and the round table is, of course, a metaphor for the sun or allegory for the sun. So it makes a lot of sense, especially when you look at the task. I'm thinking about the tasks that appear around the sun. You know, we think of Hercules. Hercules was ultimately a sun deity because he had 12 labors, right? You can see what he had to overcome in order to redeem what he had done to his family, right? And there's multiple schools of thought on that, whether he was, under mind control or whether it was a deep repression. The spell couldn't have taken place unless he was, there was some seed for that already there. Well, the sun is naturally destructive. You know, we can argue whether or not we're in this idea of hell because everything disintegrates here, but that wasn't always the case because, like the nitrogen you're talking about, when there was more nitrogen in the vapor canopy, we had larger people, we had larger things, we had, mountains were actual trees that stretched all the way up beyond the firmament and things of that nature. So when you look at that on top of the resets, it kind of shows you the purpose. So a reset has a cyclicity to it. It has a cycle the same way people do. That you can't get away from the micro and the macro. So I'm thinking about the task of the sun, because the sun charges things, but it's the moon that things grow under. You can't grow under the sun. So that energy has to be channeled, it has to be filtered, it has to be redirected. And it's the sun that does that. But like we said last week with the moon we could say, at least as far as attention goes, is more powerful because you can see it in the day and the night. You can only see the sun in the day. So that's just something to think about, because that energy is arguably more potent, because even though you don't see it in the night, its energy is still there.
What you say is so true, and I noticed that from my growing. You notice it more acutely when you've got an indoor farm, because when you've got an indoor farm and you go and look at your plants, you tend to look at them a lot more because you have to, right? You got to basically look after every different aspect of the growth cycle. You don't rely on nature. You have to become like nature's organizer. And it used to blow my mind, like, why are the plants growing more at night than what they do during the day, right? Because there's no light on at night. And it seems that like a lot's happening during the day, but at night everything's put into perspective. Or the production of the day shows after the night, if that makes sense. And here's an interesting point when we're looking about the polarity and the polarization. Nitrogen, what you're mentioning, is really it's on point, isn't it? You know, and how we've sort of just taken these things for granted. Now, politically, this is a side canon, but I think it's important to consider. Nitrogen has been a big discussion of late. A lot of farms are shut down because of a lack of nitrogen, and this whole so-called war, whatever is going on in Ukraine, and all the sanctions and everything else that has been a response, has meant that a lot of nitrogen hasn't been getting where it needs to go. So there's a little bit of a subtle metaphor being explained to us by the powers that be, by what's happening on a global level, where there's this huge shortage of nitrogen. And partially it's because of the way that we farm. We wash the nitrogen out to sea, don't we? If we're pumping the nitrogen into the sea faster than we can deal with it, because we over-nitrogenate our plants, because we don't have the proper microbial base in which the nitrogen can be efficiently harvested, right? The efficiency of the process isn't being kept in track, because the microbes are really the efficient users and suppliers of nitrogen in the perfect form. And there are various different forms in which the nitrogen can be supplied, which is quite interesting. But to sidestep that, this idea of the polarity and the way in which night and day is governed by the sun, right, for plants. So based upon the electromagnetic field with regards to positioning of the sun in relation to the plants in the earth, will dictate through the electromagnetic field whether the plants are going to put out oxygen or whether they're going to put out CO2, whether they're going to need to take in CO2 or oxygen, essentially. And obviously, this is quite interesting because in the human, the cycles are much faster. But we do tend during the day to require more oxygen, and during the night to require less oxygen, shall we say. Because we're always so busy thinking during the day, and we think that oxygen is needed more for exercise, which it is, but I've noticed that it's got to do with mental activity. The more mental activity you have, the more oxygen you seem to require. And oxygen you need when you're doing exercise as well. But I find that exercise, the reason you need to breathe more heavily is in order to get the CO2 out of your body, because it's toxic. It's not so much because you need the oxygen, but you've got the buildup of CO2, which is like slightly different. But when it comes to the mental activity, it's burning oxygen in an accelerated way, which I find fascinating. And any of you can practice this. Relax your mind, relax your body, spend 20 minutes relaxing yourself, and then close your eyes and just count in your mind. Put a stopwatch on and just count slowly and see how long you comfortably can hold your breath for. And then start thinking actively and start trying to figure something out. And close your eyes and try and figure something out and hold your breath and see how long you can comfortably hold your breath for. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Like the difference is like night and day. And so this whole polarizing effect is essentially the heart, which is carrying this blood around the system in the human being. So the heart relates to the sun. And circulation is the power of the sun. And the heart is how, we get all the oxygen to move where it needs to move to the brain and through the organs and get cleaned out and remove the CO2, because CO2 damages. And that's something else which is quite interesting, how damaging CO2 is to mammals, but how readily we produce it. Sort of food for thought, this whole polarizing effect of the sun and the nature of light. And for example, how much more oxygen you need to take in when there's light on your body compared to how much oxygen you need to take in when you're in the dark. It's another thing I noticed. There's something going on here with the way in which light affects the consumption of oxygen and the production of CO2. But I'll leave it at that for now.
I'm thinking about the first breath in the morning. I've kind of gotten out of the habit recently, I'll admit, but there for quite a while, I was doing dream reviews before waking up, taking literally setting I think of it as a sunroom. If my dreams are the inner chamber of my house, I was fashioning a sunroom to my liking, because there was that lucid space in between, where you're preparing for the journey. And then that step out of the door is that first breath. I think many people relate to this. There's a morning breath where you're remodulating, you're re-regulating. And I think this is the moment that people, we put this moniker on it as getting up out of the wrong side of the breath this morning. I got up out of the wrong side of the breath. And that might be that in that first inhale, you took in anxieties. But if you have your little sunroom liminal space chamber, you can prioritize your thoughts before you take that first step, and you can get off on the right side of the breath in the morning with that intentionality from the very first step. And I need to take my own advice on that. I kind of fell out of habit, but that's a fun thing to develop. And, dream journaling probably helps to expand that liminal sunroom.
It makes me think about the solar plexus. If you think of chakra meditations, when you think about your chakras, there's all kinds of creative visualizations you can do. But when you think about your solar plexus chakra, think about it expanding. If you want to go so far as to think about it rotating, you can do that as well. But when you expand it to the point of encompassing or enveloping the other chakras, even going beyond the 7 main chakras, you can extend this to your aura. Then this is why perspective is so important. When you think about how it's easier to relax at night, typically, aside from those who do what? Who work at night and sleep during the day. We can condition ourselves. So in that same line of reasoning, this is where perspective is so important, because if you can visualize a thing, then you can do it. It just makes it that much easier. It becomes a practice, which becomes a habit, which becomes a lifestyle.
It's thank you for that, Kalo. It's funny because I was just having that conversation about the difference between people that work during the day versus people that work during the night. With myself, I'm unable to function. I've tried doing, that third shift. That's what they call it over here, third shift, which is basically, going in about 9, 10 o'clock at night, coming out like about 7. I can't do it. I can't function. I tried it for a while, and I need the sun to give me that energy I need during the day. I'm much better. I function better as a morning person when I have to work. But as far as relaxation, it's when the sun starts going down, where I'm able to meditate. And you are so spot on, Franklin, that when you meditate, I've realized that my breathing is more shallow. Sometimes oh my gosh, I'm doing this wrong. I'm not even freaking breathing. What's going on? Because, they say, breathe, inhale, exhale, to do. But I realize that my breathing is shallow while I meditate at night, so that I definitely I have to confirm that for sure. And, you guys talking about, plants and all of that stuff, trust me, that really hits hits home with me because I have such a green thumb. It runs in my family, and I really learned about plants even more when I started growing cannabis. I did it for about a year, and I really studied them because I was growing them differently now. I was growing them inside as opposed to an outdoor garden. I've always had an outdoor garden, and there's advantages and disadvantages to that. But growing them inside, you have to create this artificial light, whether it's halogen lamps or UV. And then I realized that they grow differently depending the light as well. But then, we're talking about the sun and its light, right? Physical light, but then there's other spectrums as well. And I think we work differently under, well, at least observing the plants. They grow differently under different spectrums of light. But they're so freaking resourceful and amazing that it doesn't matter what type of light it is, they grab and take the energy that they need from it to grow and produce what they have to do, But then I also learned that, yes, at night, all they need is just 4 hours of daylight. That's it. They don't need like the entire 12 hours they would have like the plants out here, outside of a tent. They just need like 4 hours, but they do thrive more at night, and I would love going into the tents at night and, oh my gosh, like the energy is amazing, and then of course, you introduce, because I used to introduce extra kind of CO2, because I did use and I'm sorry, and I'm turning this into a botany show, but I'm just saying that when I observed that when I used the UV lights, they didn't grow as strong as opposed to the halogen. But since I was trying to save money on energy, so all I had to do was just introduce a little bit more CO2 at night, and oh my goodness, they would thrive. They were such happy plants, and they really do feed off of, they fed off of my energy as well. I remember there was this one seedling where I wanted her to grow so bad, and she freaking died on me. But I just kept talking to it. I kept talking to it. Just positivity and, giving her so much love. And she actually came back to life, which is amazing, So the power of the sun, yes, we harvest it. But then I think that power is within ourselves, and we could, we have access to that energy and to that power, and know at any time of the day. It's just how we use it. But I wanted to just chime in on that. The conversations is amazing. I didn't want to just drop off, guys. I love everyone. I have to really get back to work today, back to reality. But thank you so much for Franklin, again, for another wonderful topic. Please continue. I will be listening on the side. I'm sending everyone so much love. Gabriel, I love your mind, Gabriel. You're amazing. Guys, I love each and every one of you. And we will chat pretty soon. I love you guys. Have an amazing day.
Thank you so much for being here, my dear. And any point later, you're always welcome to pop in at any
yes,
point.
Thank you. I will try. I will certainly try. I'll try, guys. Okay. Bye.
Big love, big love.
Love you more, brother.
So the plant that survived, her surviving plant, has a hardy character. Its survival story gives it a hardy character. And farmers who have the time and presence to develop the character of their plants are at master level. At a master level. I've talked to farmers before where they talk about challenging their sweet potatoes just enough that the challenge, the resistance you put against it, like a dialectic, actually causes the plant to overcome that supplemental resistance. And I just love how this we're cultivating character in our food. And a lot of industrialization has lost that potentiality. And then another thought I had a while back, I just don't want to forget, is our plants love sugars, but we're a bit greedy about our sugars. Like we in a lot of we have to source like molasses or random sugars that are unwanted or lesser desired sugars, and we keep the good sugars to ourselves. Well, that's another one of those compromises of that industrialized mind, is like the good sugars should go to the foods, to a higher degree. We're being greedy with sugar. I just wanted to point that out too, leading to that nitrogen imbalance thing as well.
You're totally right. And you talk about challenging plants. The right amount of UV can actually cause a plant to become super powered. Whether it's a vegetable, UV is incredible. But I'd like to take a moment to invite, or to welcome, Stein Fuchs. Stein Fuchs, he's a super awesome podcaster. He's managed to join us. He's a Norse tradition pagan magician that's obviously embedded in the Norse mythologies and traditions, and obviously open-minded to all the other traditions. I'd let you give yourself a chance to say your piece. Welcome in, brother. Lovely to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Franklin, for that amazing introduction. You always manage to sell your guests so well. It's really a talent. But yeah, good to be here. I'm just popping in before I have a bit of a date night with Firefay, and the sun is a very interesting topic. And I missed a few roundtable podcasts because of work and private stuff and all. So good to be here.
Well, great to have you here, brother. And what you were saying a minute ago about challenging plants, I had my story with this. I fell in love with Durban poison because she can eat more UV than other plants, and you can really challenge her. And when you challenge these plants, it's all about the secondary metabolites. This character we're talking about. When you can stimulate the secondary metabolites, they cause effects upon the primary metabolites, right? And so those secondary metabolites are very often stimulated by things like the cold, UV, just the right amount of cold, just the right amount of UV, that right amount of something else. Even pushing the alkaline limits a little bit more. But obviously the dangers with alkaline limits is that your plant wants to take up more calcium, right? Overcalcification can become its own problem because it doesn't want to stretch, it doesn't want to grow, But I think there's a lot of interesting points that we're going to have to bring up, and Moonfeather did bring up some interesting points. You can't discuss the sun without discussing growing food. It's sort of, the sun is what makes everything grow. It's the source of life. It's the source of all growth. And so when we consider the sun, I think it's important for us to look at the spectrum of the sun. Now, I've noticed, and I've done some videos on the sun. If you look at my BushWhisperer series 1, did a couple of talks on the sun. Series 2, there's a couple of talks on the sun. Series 3, which isn't released yet, will have some more in-depth talk on the sun. But the spectrum of the sun. I did a discussion on great clouds. I hope I've uploaded that one. I don't know where it is in this series. I've done like 240 videos. It's hard to keep track of what's going on. But which ones are up yet? But it will be up if it isn't. And the story that I was discussing is how when the sky is gray and you've got this water which is creating a diamagnetic film between yourself and the sun, and how that diamagnetic film between yourself and the sun produces the color gray on the eyes, but that about a third of all UV gets through even the darkest, thickest clouds, which is quite interesting. So a lot of the sun will be shielded. So if you were to, for example, measure the luminosity of the sun, right? And if you're measuring it in not not lumens, but in mole per square meter, right? If you're looking at it per foot, sorry, is it per foot? No, per meter. So they call it the G-mole, which has got to do with the amount of photons that are packed into a space. So you would be talking about, say about 2,500 G-mole is what you're going to get on a hot day, right? That's the amount of photon activity you're going to get in a square meter. It can get higher in some places, it can get lower depending on the sun's actual emissions, which is changing in 11-day cycles and other cycles. Obviously, the frequency of the sun's emissions are changing. Sometimes there's more magnetism, sometimes more solar activity in terms of sunspot. But you will notice that when the clouds are up, it will go from 2,500 G-mole to about 400 G-mole, 300 G-mole, right? But the UV gets through. Now, the UV has a very interesting effect on our senses and our eyes. I find that if you're staring at the gray skies, the gray clouds, when they're in front of the sun, when the sun is rising and you can't see the sun, and the sun starts to get a little bit of climb in the sky, if you stare at the sun, even though you can't see it because the skies are too gray, you start to notice that there's violet flashes getting through the clouds. It's very subtle. You've really got to look. You really got to look for it. But if you really look for it, you'll start to notice this resonant field of violet. And so you're starting to attune your eyes to the ultraviolet spectrum. Now, when we attune our eyes to the UV spectrum, we start to see things, literally. Now, we all know from going to clubs, right? The UV lights makes your eyes see all sorts of weird crap. Things can get weird. You come out of the club with the UV lights on and your eyes will be seeing flashes and lights everywhere. So there's some connection here with the etheric field and the UV, being able to see the etheric field with your eyes and attuning to that frequency of the UV and allowing the UV to actually touch your eyes stimulates that. So the sun is a very powerful field of etheric transmission. So the etheric transmitter is through the field of the sun. The sun sort of controls the etheric field. Well, not controls it, but generates it. The moon controls it.
So I want to mention a most fascinating add-on to this, seeing other lights. Tetrachromacy is additional light perception, and there's even such a thing as pentrachromacy, being five times more. Kind of, that's oversimplifying, but tetrachromacy. I believe that this ability can be genetically isolated and handed down in certain family lines. I think there are many flavors of the Sibyls being oracles who can have sensory perception honed and isolated genetically. But the tetramorphy and the pentramorphic ability to see light, I think, is encoded in the Thoth deck Hierophant card, which is also encoded in the moment when Obi-Wan turns on R2-D2 and Princess Leia comes forth in a hologram and says that famous line, "Help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're our only hope." That moment, that scene is the Thoth deck Hierophant card. And meditating on that fact has brought forth, from the imagery on the card, has brought forth this potentiality of it also encoding seeing on other spectrums. If you look at that card, you'll see why I'm saying this. It's not coming out of nowhere. Now, that scene with Obi-Wan pulling forth the high priestess, Princess Leia, for that message, that sacred message that people died for. Their tragedy, there's deep tragedy behind him receiving that message. It's steeped in tragic energies that so much had to happen for him to just align this moment for him to receive the message. I'm thinking that tetramorphic or pentamorphic, tetrachromatic or pentachromatic vision yields a different experience when an eclipse happens. I think that in the shadow of certain eclipses, especially the lunar standstills, again, 18.6, there is a download received by extrasensory sibyls. And I think that is what was actually encoded in that moment with "Help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're our only hope." I think they're talking about tetra and pentachromatic vision during eclipse cycles. I don't know what to do with that, but that's pretty interesting. Yeah.
That's very interesting. I'm just still stuck on that Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? I can't get that out of my brain. So Obi, oxygen, boron. Well, we know what oxygen is for. So oxygen is the communicator. Boron is for cell division.
Right, and it's number 5, which is the Hierophant card. Nailed it. Stick in the landing, brother. Stick in the landing.
Yeah. So the OB, and then the 1, obviously we know what the 1 is. The 1 is the sun. One of the sun's powerful numbers is 1. I mean, it's not the only number. Obviously, it's the 19, it's the 2, and it's the 4. The 4, from the Vedic perspective, they use the number 4 very much as well, relating to the sun. And I'm sure Kala is going to like really expand on that chapter. And then the Cain. Okay, so Cain. Obi-Wan, Cain. Cain, as well as the roots of kana, which is kana is to eat. And then OB. So there's this connection between eating,
Yes.
Cain,
Yes, I think it's
OB, cell division,
yeah.
oxygen communicating the nutrients between the cells. Obi-Wan Kenobi, there's a very powerful name when you really go right down to it.
It is so powerful. Yeah, he's the observer, number 5, correspondent with Agathon, the tragedian, in the symposium. He is also Carl Jung. He comes from the Jungland wastes. He's Carl Jung. Absolutely. Fighting against, funny enough, Darth Vader is a Nietzschean embodiment. Darth Vader, the challenger with the shadow of wrath or lust, is a Nietzschean energy. So, he's an Nietzschean Skywalker. He's a Nietzschean Skywalker. So this is Carl Jung versus Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Carl Jung versus, or integrating, alchemically interfacing with an Nietzschean Skywalker.
I'm thinking
That's
about
a bit
how.
mind-blowing.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking about how Obi-Wan, how he transcends like nobody else in that series. Number 1, he's a Jedi, but by Jedi I mean Jedi, which comes from the Jed pillar, right? But when you first see him, he's an apprentice. And he goes from an apprentice to an adept to a master. And he's the only Jedi you ever see do that in the series. He goes from being underwater to fighting in the desert. But he always does what? He always comes back to the desert. You know what I mean? So that made me realize that.
And then he literally ascends.
In a tragic scene. Isn't it
And
tragic?
then he becomes a guru principle to those that come later. Spiritually.
Yes. And that line, like, I'll come back more powerful than you can, that is the essence of tragedy. When you reflect back on it over and over, it just magnifies, amplifies, it gains in fascinating ways what tragedy does over time.
His death was literally a self-sacrifice. Like, he sacrificed himself, or his physical body, pretty much, to become more powerful. So he had to sacrifice himself to the darkness, to what was it again that slayed him?
Darth Ventilator.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, the asthmatic dude. But he had to sacrifice himself to the darkness, to his corporal body, his carne, his flesh, to become more powerful, to literally become one with the force, with the life force.
Right. Another
Self-sacrifice is something that you see just so much. Like, I mean, being, of Norse Shamanic faith, most prime example is Wotan, Odin, of course, sacrificing himself to himself, hanging on the windswept tree for 9 days, and that, by which, like, seeing and finding out and understanding the magic of the runes, which is just like hugely powerful. But he had to suffer, he had to sacrifice himself, he had to endure the ultimate pain, pretty much, to become just hugely enlightened.
And one thing about Darth Vader, Duat, I'll be a second. Duat. So Duat is the abyss.
Absolutely.
So
yes.
Duat Veda, Veda is the law. Duat Veda means the law of the abyss, the underworld.
Yes, the Nietzschean pit of pity, which, strangely enough, might actually be the iris of your fellow man. But one more evidence that Obi-Wan is the tragedian is that the muse of tragedy is Melpomene, and she has many nicknames, one of which is she of the sumptuous dress. And consider that tragic moment when Obi-Wan is struck down. All that remains is his sumptuous dress. The symbol of tragedy is the garment that is left behind. And so this exceedingly overdressed component, this preparatory blanket or garment, is also an aspect of here comes tragedy. You can see it coming in advance. It foretells itself symbolically.
Yeah, you were talking about that yesterday with Zarla. Yeah, I was in the chat, so I saw that.
Nice.
I found it interesting that she is also the mother of the sirens.
Right. Or wait, Melpomene might be mermaids. And
I mean, sirens, mermaids, they are
well, this is
similar.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think this is important. I think it is. I'm not sure. I think it is. But you're right. She gets the mermaids, Melpomene. Yeah. And then sirens go to her sister, Terpsichore, who is the dancing one. And I think the reason that's important is because sirens imply song. And so Terpsichore,
she used to be the goddess of chorus before she was the goddess of. She used to be the goddess of chorus before she was the goddess of tragedy. Yeah.
Oh, see, yes, something really dynamic, something hyper dynamic about that number 5 Melpomene position, because she's also an adaptation of all the mothers of the muses. Yeah, it's awesome you went and you got into it. You dug into the tragedy and muse. I could tell.
I looked it up, of course.
I love this. It's something really important is going on behind the scenes with all this. Like, there is a subtext to the realm going on with the muses. And I think that's why I wouldn't make a stink about the technicality of a siren versus a mermaid if I didn't feel deeply that it's important that one has that we disambiguate. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, the more I disambiguate and what we've done to the Greeks, the more reward comes back to me. Like, the idea, right now there's a slogan going around, love is love. And that offends me. That utterly offends me, because I know that if you look for 5 different Greek terms for love, you're going to learn a lot. If you look for 7 different Greek words for love, you're going to learn more. And if you find all 9 of the Greek words for love, it becomes too many horses to keep a tether on. But it really vivifies the world to know all the spectral potentialities of what we've homogenized into a word, love.
Yeah, like we really oversimplified it and have taken away its meaning, really. Like people, like now we love movies, we love actors, we love the material world, the love of, a good woman, a muse, one who will inspire you, or if we're talking about self-sacrifice, who will inspire you to sacrifice those bad parts of yourself, to alchemize it so that you will become a better man, so that you become a better man. Like, we're not talking about that kind of love anymore. I mean, we are, obviously, but like the whole love is love thing, and it's also it's pretty degenerate, actually, because they're using it in all the wrong ways. It's like age is but a number. Yeah, sure. And jail's but a room.
Buddy, you said it. You said the word. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has happened. Degenerate. We've degenerated the generative property of the word. We've rounded it out. It becomes a touchstone that so many people have passed around so much that it's now has no edges, it has no differentiation. And now I want to posit into the conversation the potential that our words are actually platonic solids themselves. And that the word love should have 9 sides to the platonic solid. And if we were sitting in a circle looking at this platonic solid, I would be looking at a panel that expresses in the word ludus. And you would be looking at the panel that expresses in the word storgi, the brotherly love. And then somebody in the other corner of the room, they're looking at the exact same object. This is what the symposium is doing. You put a Palantir crystal ball in the center of the room. Everybody describes it, but it's not round. It has panels. It has edges and differentiation. And so this also happens in language. I'm talking in the realm of forms right now in a very fascinating way. But when we do anagrams, we're taking the platonic solid of the idea and we're turning it to a new panel, and we're looking at the patterns of all sides of this object. When we rearrange the words, or we look at it through gematria, or we come at it through its legacy or its provenance through the German lens and what it means in Latin, we're literally taking the platonic solid and analyzing and discussing with the benefit of multiple perspectives. And that is the true rainbow that everybody is trying to shit stain and turn into pride, that makes everybody recoil in such a fascinating way. It's so psychologically homonagizing and fear of the gaze. All these things are philosophical, psychosexual, philosophical language that makes people recoil from the philosoph, from the love of wisdom.
I think we're onto something very interesting here, and I like the way you two have really brought this out and put it onto the table. And the idea of love. Okay, so I'm always playing with letters. That's how I like to play. So love, the B and the V is interchangeable, obviously. So we've got to think about a lobe. So an earlobe. Okay. So now I'm thinking about an earlobe, and I'm thinking about how first there was vibration before there was light. So before the sun was able to generate light, there had to be sound. So lobe, which is the idea of your earlobes. And so it brings me to consider the vibrational field and how love is essentially an emanation from Jupiter, Deus Peter, in its primal form, being recoded into all the spectrum, which is interesting because we've got the mentalist sphere, and the mentalist sphere has got to become a vibration. And becoming a vibration, it has to quantum entangle. So we've got to have these fundamental polarities in order for something that is embedded in something that cannot be diminished. For something to be removed from that without diminishing it, there must be quantum entanglement. Otherwise, it's not possible to do that, right? Otherwise, something's going to be diminished. And the mentalist sphere can never be diminished. So the quantum entangling you can consider this as the actions of love. And so love quantum entangles. It quantum entangles me with you, me with the dog, you with them with us. It quantum entangles us all into a state of oneness. But quantum entanglement has got many different faces. I think this is what we're getting at. And then we can consider this from so many different perspectives. And each perspective is a reality in its own right. And so this homogenizing of it, calling it just one thing, when in fact, octave is 8 things, if we think about octave. And when we consider 8, 8 is the mystic number of 9, which is the completion. So 9 is where 8 finds completion. So we can consider in this form to take a look at, well, let's have fun with this, which is the 8th tarot card, right? Now, when we get to the sphere of the sun, it gets even more interesting, right? Because then we've got Tet, which is the serpent, which is the number 9. And so we're talking about the number 9 in Tet, but the number 9 has its mystic counterpart in the 8th reflection, which is becoming the Hebrew letter of the 9th through the mystic connection. And that's because the Fool has no number mystically. But in terms of language, the Fool is numerated as the number 1 in Aleph. So there's this shift from 0 to 1, non-material to material. And the Fool, obviously, is the key. So we're looking at the principle of air. So the air is really where this is all coming from, the airs. And so the sirens are these different tones that can be experienced, each different tone of frequency, which is love, because everything is essentially the mentalist sphere. And in the mentalist sphere, there's just one sphere of love that is everywhere, omnipresent, in infinitely bound differentiation in a state of unity. How's that for a concept? But so I think of the sirens as being the strings of the lyre, right? And the strings of the lyre are these strings of these resonant frequencies that on their own they're not a thing, but when they start interacting with each other, there's a lot going on. And everything that is produced through this interaction is what we can see, touch, feel, and hold. But it's all just the substance of these different strings, these 9 aspects of fundamental love. Somebody asked, I think it was Ramar, asked about Christ and the power in the heart. And so the Christos, obviously, when we speak of that word, we're talking about the anointed oil. But it's become a metaphor for the first aeon, as I see it. And because that is the first aeon's activity in the body, that Jupiter ray of pure mental love and benevolence, which is the basis of all things, and the Wheel of Fortune, right? So the Wheel of Fortune is what's binding these sirens, this Jupiter. And so we can see how strength, the tarot card, becomes the activity of the sun, which is rather quite interesting if we're looking at it. I mean, technically we're talking about Leo, but Leo is where the sun finds its expression. And now we're talking about Tet, which is the serpent. And so even when you draw the sign for Leo, you're drawing a serpent, right? Even in modern astrology. It's not a lion's mane that you're drawing, it's a snake. Literally, the way a snake moves on the ground is like that. Its tail makes a bigger curvature than its head when it moves. If you've watched them, you know?
Isn't the...
I used to watch
sorry,
them.
just real quick. The Gnostic god, I can't remember his name, but isn't he a snake or like a dragon with a lion's head?
Abraxas?
Yeah. Like he is a snake with a lion's head, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, true.
Yeah.
And that's also where we get the chimera. Because remember, we're talking about a mixing of these frequencies or a mixing of these energies. So when you talk about how they're, they don't do much on their own, think about music, think about the organs, and think about how the keys resonate to a different organ. You want a really good example of that? Just look at Christianity, especially in the West, especially in the melanated churches, where someone is supposed to catch the Holy Ghost. That's just going back to a Tartarian Moorish principle of having organs in the house to instantly allow you to tap in. This is why music was changed from 432 to 440.
Yeah, because the churches with the like the rose windows, the basically sound frequency patterns in the windows, and then with the organ pipes, it was a house of healing, because through those frequencies channeled through the like the rose windows, it brings out so much energy. But churches nowadays, they're just they're cold, dark places where you get told how to live and what not to do, because otherwise bad things will happen. It's no longer a place of healing. It's pretty much a place of punishment now.
Yes, that's interesting. We broke straight into Abraxas. Now, Abraxas was first mentioned, if my memory serves, by Carl Gustav Jung, right? And it's interesting how this has become, in my perspective, a reflection of the original demiurge was the child of Sophia, who in the heavenly realm gave birth to her child, which was an offense. So she hid him in a secret pocket. And in that secret pocket, he became self-aware and he named himself. Did he name himself? Ya'el the Baoth. But Ya'el the Baoth, Ya'el the Baoth. So there's different ways of naming, pronouncing this. In fact, it gets very interesting, because I found old forms of Kabbalistic work which uses the pronunciation S for Tav, which is rather interesting. So there's this connection between the cross with S, and in Greek and other language structures it's X, but X is the hiss of the serpent. So there we're seeing one of the older forms of the pronunciation of how it was pronounced in older times, I believe, from what I've been able to discover in my studies, of the Tav, with the final letter of the 22 hieroglyphs. But the Ya'el the Baoth is a very interesting name, which is the older name, older than Abraxas. An Praxis. Praxis. So Abra exists. So Ra-xis. So Ab is father, Ra is the son, and Sis is the hissing of the serpent, becoming energy. So we can take that back, and now we compare that to the Ya'el da Baoth, Ya'el da Baoth. So Ya is that kernel of consciousness, which is the prime programmer being brought into a sphere of activity. And Al is the life force consciousness being harnessed through choice and scales of Libra. Ya'el da Baoth. Da is the door through which these principles are able to act. The Baoth is one of the towers, one of the pillars, which relates to the Jael and the Baoth towers, which is rather interesting, because we're now talking about Jupiter in its suppressed form. And we're going back to the first eon. So there's something very interesting if we consider the way in which these names resonate, the way in which these names are suggesting the serpent tying in the knot between the door that brings these two god names, because here and El became two god names in their own forms, typically used in various traditions through, and we're talking Sumeria, through Akkadian different forms, right until more modern times, Paleo-Hebrew, into Hebrew and Arabic, and everything else followed in more modern times. But the serpent is always at the core of it all. And so the serpent, I think, is probably, and now we look at the story of the Garden of Eden, and there's the serpent, right? And so we look at the sun, and the sun's sign is a serpent. And we consider the spine as the extension of the heart, and it's like a serpent. And the serpent is just one big spine, if you think about it, which is in itself quite an interesting concept. So I think that there's a lot to be understood by the idea of the serpent molting, and how the sun is producing the polarities that create night and day, growth and sleep. Molting is sort of a reflection of this process of living and dying. Obviously, life and death is governed by the principles and powers of the moon, but that's because the moon is able to encode the powers of the sun. It's able to give structure to the energy which is poured out of the sun, which is seemingly indescript, but in its octave. I don't know, I'll leave it at that before I become verbally diuretic.
I want to point out. I want to point out the apostrophe S is the symbol of possessedness. And give thanks, Jenny G. I see you in the chat. Goddess Jenny G. She has taught me that one of the one word that has the most S's in the English language is dispossessedness. And how apropos for that word to have all the S's, which are intrinsic to ownership. And from a Nietzschean lens, I'm just going to seed this. I'm going to shortcut everybody to the finish line on this. But Nietzsche would say that morality is possession. And that takes a long time to find out how we got there. But if morality is possession, and as in when you're inspired by the spirit of what is right and wrong, you are taking in an idea. You are inspired. You're possessed by this idea. This hidden spirit is in you. But we kind of Yaldabaoth this into the material realm with paperwork, as contractual binding of possession can actually be an external thing on a piece of paper that you can't just molt your skin and change your mind on the fly. You're anchored into the material. That's the demiurge really actually means a public techne, a public, it's archons, it's our hands, it's our public hands is really what that means. So I just wanted to put that forward. And then also the apostrophe. I don't want to forget the apostrophe of apostrophe S. That's atropos. That's set in stone. That's turning these ideas into a physical thought form that you have to go to bureaucracy in order to get it altered. Whereas you're moving through life at the speed of reality, and bureaucracy has you stoned like Al Ghul or like the Eye of Eris, the goddess of chaos. You're stuck in that two-dimensional. So this is where the rubber meets the road on people saying the demiurge owns the realm, and no, it's fucking paperwork. We're all stuck in paperwork. That is the servitude of this two-dimensional externalization of the hierarchy.
And it's funny, like you said, anchored in. Like there you go again with the maritime law. There you go again with the the law of the ocean, law of the sea, anchored in. We are anchored in. We anchored ourselves to this physical reality.
That's very true.
Yes. And these stars, these symbols become anchors, I'm finding. They become Platonic solids. that when you turn them over and look at them and analyze them, you find out they're seeded all throughout so many languages and cultures in a very sophisticated way. It's so fast I hate it. It's so fast I hate it. It's sophisticated. And so a picture says 1,000 words, and it takes me years to unpack what the picture said. That is so fast I hate it. And people get very resentful when you unpack the meaning that they overlooked. They become very resentful that you found something that they overlooked, and you filled in what they were missing.
And who do we look up to nowadays as our heroes? You know, what do we call them? We call them stars, because they shine so bright. You know, they are, and like, what are stars but suns in other galaxies and in, you know, places far away? For, you know, it's that's what we're told, at least. Is that true? Who knows? You know, there are a lot of people who will also say that the night sky is a reflection of Earth. You know, it's the reflection of our physical plane on the dome, if you will, like, if you want to go that far.
I'd like to add a moment, Soraya. Welcome, Soraya, to us. Soraya is an awesome poetess, a philosopher, and I realized a painter. She's also doing art. She's a wonderful. She's a Dutch lady. She came here late. I'm sorry I didn't announce you earlier. I meant to. I got distracted by my little boy.
I'm not a painter. What I
Painter
know,
of reality.
I stand
the
corrected.
art that I shared, that was from someone who carries the same name as me.
Okay, now I feel silly.
His
But
name-
you are an amazing poetess, and you are an amazing thinker. And so forgive me for saying she's a painter. You might be a painter. Maybe you just haven't really gotten into it yet.
Who knows?
Certainly a connoisseur of paintings, that's for sure. I really like the artwork that you share from that one painter.
Yeah, she's amazing. I found her, I think, via TikTok. I saw her work and I was like, whoa, that's beautiful.
A lot of good artists can actually be found on there.
Yeah, they kind of seem to use TikTok as a way to display their art, to get acquainted to a bigger audience.
I mean, it's the biggest social media platform nowadays, right? So
Yeah, it is. For everything, from art to music to, I mean, I have a friend from the States who shares his music there. So yeah.
I mean, I discover new artists and new bands and whatever, like, almost weekly on there. So but yeah, Ramon bringing up a good point, that all these stars on Earth are disgraced suns, or suns with, you know, an O.
I love that. I love that. And we always think of suns, and we forget that suns are like sons as well. Like, who are they the sons of? Who is the father of these sons? And or the mother.
Suns, yeah, and sun's inverted. Like, an inverted sun is a black hole, and a black hole just sucks up all the light. And what do you see these stars do so often? They suck up all the light. They suck up all the attention. You know, they are a sun in of themselves, because everything has to revolve around them.
You've got a son, so you know how this works, right?
Oh yeah.
They want all the attention.
Yeah, they do. I love my son, but he's a handful, and I love him. He's a mini me, so like now I understand my father better, as like, now that I am a father and have a son, and I respect him a hell of a lot more, because this is what it was like when I was growing up. Oh hell.
Mentioning black holes is really interesting, because now we're talking about the black sun. We're talking about the sun that doesn't give off light, but has such a powerful influence. You can't see it, but you know it's there. You can feel its presence. And the biggest sun, and a black hole is a sun. It's just a sun that's gone through a metamorphosis.
Yeah.
So it's the biggest sun that we can see is the center of the galaxy. In fact, everything seems to revolve around this black
Well,
hole.
that is said to be a black hole, a black sun. Yeah.
And here's the interesting thing. We're talking about suns, so we have to look at a black hole. The only thing that comes out of a black hole, okay, so it sucks everything into it except for one thing: water.
Really?
Water is amazing. Water is the only thing that moves out of a black hole. It somehow, because of its diamagnetism, is able to repel the gravity of a black hole. And so it forms there's a certain point around a black hole where there is water. It's like the universe is being wrung out like a cloth. That's how I like to think of it. It's being wrung out like a cloth, and the water bounces out and collects on the certain point, and it moves radially outwards from the black hole, seeding life in the entire galaxy. What a thought.
So you could say that those are the waters above, if you will.
Oh, that's a good comparison.
Right, and I think that's interesting. Can you hear me, by the way? I have to keep checking.
We can hear you.
Because you guys can't hear me. Yeah, that's interesting, actually, because I was wondering earlier about the connection between Pisces and the sun, because obviously it's water, not fire. But, you know, when we're thinking of the sun, we think of the 12 zodiac signs. So 12 is a number that comes up for the sun, and obviously that comes up as Pisces. So there's that connection. I guess it's the I guess it's when it's void, when it's dark, that water element comes in, that it can pass through.
I mean, you see and hear of like dark waters in so many mythologies. I've written for our previous blog, at least on the Graham Pagans. I've written a whole lot of origin stories, origin mythologies, and how, according to different cultures, the world came to be. And dark waters, or just, you know, water, huge lakes in general, comes up in so many of them. I believe, like, all the way to Turkey. Even there is talk about like this vast, dark, open water wherein life forms. And in Norse mythology, it's well, ice. But what is ice? But, you know, frozen water, petrified water. Well, petrified, not necessarily petrified, but which comes together with the primordial fire in the abyss, creating steam from which everything comes. And steam is just another form of water. When steam cools off, when steam cools down, it goes back to being water.
You know, I'm not sure who said this quote. Have you heard the line, something along the lines of, "A stone is a song at rest"? Have you ever heard that? I'm not sure the philosopher. It's old. It's Greek. A stone is a song at rest.
Never heard it before, but
and it brings to my mind, for one, the word stone has tone in it. But I'm now thinking much more about the Esau and the ice, and that Esau is the inverted one. It's like it looks like a serifed one, no feet on the bottom, but flipped in the opposite the way we think of it. Am I right? Is that an Esau rune? Am I correct?
sorry, go again.
The Esau rune. Am I correct? Am I thinking of the rune that looks like the number 1, but reversed?
Yeah, that should be the Esau rune. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm thinking of this as Euterpe's flute, as she is the muse of music and harmony. And so when a thing solidifies, like we're talking about ice and the thing solidifying harmoniously, the music of it locking in place so that an idea that is nebulous in our mind becomes solid and we come to terms. It's again kind of like the Platonic solid, where I'm seeing this half and I want you to uphold your half of how you see the Platonic solid. And as long as we stay in this contract, it keeps its shape. It doesn't become a donkey, or in the middle of the conversation, it's going to keep its shape. Well, that is, and we've created a harmonic agreement, a concordance between us, so we can harmonize in our lexicon around what this thing is, and that solidifies it, turns it to stone. It stops the music. It keeps the music in place, so we can have a meeting of the minds. And so that she is the muse of ice. This is muse-ic. This is I see. This is how I see it and how you see it. We're seeing eye to eye. Now the subject matter stays the same for a while. The Platonic solid maintains the dodecahedron we agreed on in the beginning, and we can move forward on the subject. And when
I love the way you carry on, please.
And what we do so often when we come in with these linguistical kung fu moves and philology, we make that object jump to life in ways that people are like, whoa, what are you doing, man? What are you doing with the Platonic form that I thought was a dodecahedron? You're turning it into a fucking inflatable balloon animal with your linguistical kung fu.
I love the way you say the word solidify, because I get stuck on small things like that word. I just can't let go of it. So Sol is the name of the sun,
right?
And edify.
Soul edify.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Nice.
So it's the powers of the sun bringing the information into the field.
Yeah. Wow, man. Okay, hold on. I want to build on that really big. I want to the solidify, dude. Wow, that is golden. This is so much treasure right now. We're like Draco rolling around in the horde right now. Okay, so the solidify. Another thing. This goes back to the solar plexus. Earlier, I had to go and grab my star chart because there's a Pyxis constellation is the compass. So the solar plexus of the first breath of the morning is like setting your compass to true north optimism, or the goal of your soul, of the message from the dreams, of the releasing of the leisure time of the rest of communing. And so the solar plexus is a solar compass pointing to an ideal. And so this coming to terms, this meeting of the minds, we're agreeing on what the compass is going to be so that the Platonic form stays the same for the sake of consistency, so that the stone is just music at rest long enough for us to talk. Was that productive?
Totally.
This is
my brain's spinning.
Yeah, I'm excited because I'm kind of cheating. I'm looking at the star map while I talk. And so I'm in a visual space and relating what I'm seeing to everybody through my words, but this maps to the sky. This maps to the sky in ways that are beyond me. I feel constantly humiliated by the magnitude of the truth of our words. If you know your the more of the stars you know, the more sense our words make. And that's how I'm kind of coming to these things. This is really fun, guys. Big hugs.
And solidify. Eddy is a channel, like a river, through which water, the substance of knowledge, can flow. And phi, well, now we're talking about the fractal nature of the universe. You can't speak about phi without speaking about how Saturn and Uranus get on. You know?
And Saturn is the black rock.
Yeah. the knowledge and the structure of the universe as it's expanding out to create a bigger structure, encapsulating that structure as it's expanding out to create a bigger structure, encapsulating that structure. And so I've always thought of the sun as a gate, as a fast spinning cube that's dematerializing, and so it's a gate. And it helps me to visualize the sun in a more practical way than a ball of fire. And I've often wondered whether that is a cube made out of gold that's spinning so fast that it becomes the philosopher's stone. It dematerializes to the point that it's monatomic in its structure of gold. And so this whole story now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of it. So we're getting into the alchemy of it. And once again, these constellations are going to come up, because the whole process of taking gold and turning it into monatomic gold, the philosopher's stone, which when ingested can be like a single fiber around which the DNA spiral, the two serpents, well, now we're back to the serpent of the sun, right? And the edify and the phi, the way the smaller things become the greater things, and the way the DNA codes the information that becomes a greater thing, that codes information that becomes a greater thing, that becomes an organ, that codes it to become a body in a structure of Adam Kadmon, which is bodies, which are essentially structures of a single body, but a unified structure, or you can call it the Manu of the Vedas, in the way in which the Parabrahm manifests consciousness through the Manu, or the Adam Kadmon if you're from the Western schools, or I mean the ideas are universal, that we are all part of a bigger man, woman, being, whatever you want to call it, human, and human. So it's about the hue, the spectrum of light of the stars.
The G, the gamma, the 7, the zeta, really in Greek. Of that, the code on code. I've always loved doing this. When I hear like code and code, or encode or decode, I've learned that the word love and the word code are essentially the same word, and they harmonize strongly with Abraxas's gematria as well. This love code binding of all things, the Abraxas totality of the zodiac, 365 days. I just find it quite consistent on some level that the love code is interchangeable. You could have said the same sentence and used love on top of love, and it's the same thing. So that's just neat how gematria can do that sometimes. You can find words that harmonize and even improve on what you meant to say, maybe from a heart-centered way of thinking.
I love that little nugget of gold. Yeah, so there's the sun. When we're looking at the sun as the source of all prana. Now, here's another thing to consider. This pranic field, which is, we see electromagnetism, but electromagnetism seems to be a reaction to the pranic field. And, oh yes, that's what I wanted to mention earlier. Okay, so now I'm actually getting back to what it was. That something you said about those star systems made me look at the solar plexus, made me consider the energetic body and that hidden chakra that we never hear anything about. And so, okay, we speak about the Manipura chakra, which is about the belly button, right? The Manipura, which is, from my perspective, it's a Saturnian reflection. But we have in the Vedic cosmology the Hrit Padma. Now, the Hrit Padma is actually the point of connection between the Anahata and the Manipura. So Mani meaning the gem that touches all things. And so it is the structuring, informing capacity in the way that Saturn structures and informs and capacitizes things to become structured forms so that they can become expressions of causality, Mars, of cause and effect, of action, dynamic action moving against action, producing the causality so that the moon can wrap it all up into a set of structures and manage it in a sense. Though between the sun and this Manipura, there is this Hrit Padma. Now, the Hrit Padma is a very important center in the body. It's not used or activated in Vedic schools for some reason, but it does relate to the timing of the heart, which is quite interesting. So it's on the bottom of the heart, there's literally a vacuum. And in this vacuum, there's literally a singularity. And that singularity produces an electromagnetic field that can be measured by equipment 6 to 10, 12, 15 feet away from the human body, depending on how strong your biomagnetic resonant field is. So this is all at the base. In the base of the heart, there is this vacuum. And this vacuum is what, when it beats, it creates an EM pulse that allows the electrical magnetic processes to be pulsed through the blood so that the plasma can become enlivened by the principle of the sun's pranic intake and resonant energy, so that the aura can digest all of these different frequencies to be able to synergize the human body. All body, I suppose all bodies are relating to this frequency. Yeah. So the Hrit Padma is really a very important center in the human body. And so the Hrit Padma does have a very powerful resonance with timing. And so having a very powerful resonance with timing, the sun is very interesting the way its timing is regulated in 11-year cycles and 11-day cycles. We should look at these cycles a little bit as well. What is with these 11-day cycles and 11-year cycles? And why does the sun, does it flip its poles every 11 years? It does, doesn't it? It literally flips its poles. Wow. And the sun like does this weird, like a little wobbling dance. It goes like, it's repolarized. It's quite an incredible thing.
It's an adjustment. Number 11 is the adjustment card. Of course, Crowley tried to make it the 8, but I'm always bringing it back to righteous. I love making it. Yeah, it's both. It can be both and, but yeah, total adjustment factor right there.
We've just kicked Crowley's little ball right out of the field because there's too much evidence that actually brings the 11 into that solar significance. And here's the interesting thing about adjustment. You mentioned it earlier. It's the furthest point from the sun, Libra. So it's that outer rim that manages the solar energy to keep it in track so that it doesn't get out of bounds. But it's got the least of the solar quality in it of itself. But thus, Lamet, Lamet is the ox goad that actually pushes the Aleph, the life force, with the stick, with the staff, to keep it where it's meant to be. So Libra becomes that action from that side, which is that tarot card that we're talking about, that keeps everything in its place with the scales. And now we're talking about Mart. And when we're talking about Mart, we're talking about mathematics. And now we're back to what we were talking about, edify. Mathematics is how you edify everything.
That's right. That's how you. This is how you.
Circle with the snake being swallowing its tail.
This is how you please Ma. Mathematics pleases Ma, much like the plasma keeps the things in cycle. The give and the take, the push and the pull. You got to please Ma, always coming to equilibrium with equal weights and measures.
Well, remember, like you said, Libra is the boundary because Libra has the least of the sun in it. That it's not exalted. It's at its weakest. It's at the beginning of the fall. So that makes total sense.
And getting back to the Hrit Padma. So the Hrit Padma is that solar point. In martial arts, you're taught that there's a killing strike, right? And that killing strike is that point of Hrit Padma. It's You don't even ever train with that's the true solar plexus. So when you speak about the true solar plexus, it's literally where the bones do this V. And there's this little point that big, where if you strike it really hard, it's a killing point.
Yes.
Because it will mess up the timing in the heart.
Yes. Let me take this one. Oh my gosh, you set me up perfect. This is the Demok. Demok is the death touch, right? And the Demok is it's also some would call it like a touchless death. This Demok, but in democracy, this becomes a touchless death. When they're in the gladiatory arena, all of the people will democratically make a gesture, a sign. Now remember, the Pyxis constellation is a compass. Does it point north? Is it pointing south? Are you approved of or are you disapproved of? And so the collective solar Pyxis, the collective compass of morally what's right and wrong, is literally a death touch, a touch by signs and symbols. And so this is the voting of the populace. This is the demiurge. This is the hand, the public facing hand. And we still use it today for the cliques. We're still feeding each other this Demok hand gesture of whether you should die or survive in the gladiatory arena of performance. So the sign language is thousands of years old, and we are, I don't want to say we're, how do I say this? I want to say it in an empowering message, but it's bigger than us. It's bigger than the individual. You're not going to sway everybody to stop doing the death touch. You know what I mean? But I'll say this. It's something to marvel at. It's something to marvel at how large the idea is that it goes unobserved or ignored. But its root is literally in the word democracy, is the touchless death of the thumb. That's the saddle joint that has us all saddled. I can go on and on and on, but I just wanted to say that the Demok is literally just the thumb, nothing more.
One more addition to that. Demok means mind-brain reflection in Vedic languages. In Hindi, I think it's referred to as brain. But in other more older versions, I think it relates to the mind-brain connection. Now, Rishi, that is somebody that has perfected the mind. So Demok Rishi
is
somebody that has perfected the mind-brain connection.
Also in Welsh, a moke is a donkey. So that's kind of fascinating, consistent.
And then, of course, you have the governments, the governance over the mind.
Yeah, I'm thinking
donkey is such an interesting creature. Just one moment, it's like there's something very profound about the donkey as a creature. Like we think of them for their stubbornness. We don't think of them for their intelligence. But there is something very powerful about the spirit of a donkey. It has an unbreakable spirit.
Much like a thought. A danka, a denka. In German, a denka is a thought. It's also gratitude. Yeah, it's also gratitude. Like you're almost saying, they say danka, but it's almost also saying thoughtfulness. It's also saying, like, I think of you, that was thoughtful of you. We are meeting in the realm of thinking with pleasantry. Pleasant meeting of thought is what I think thank you really is saying. And that's Socrates, by the way. Socrates is the godfather of Ass King. He's the Ass King. He's the stubborn mule that refuses to be swayed, that holds his ground. much like the keystone of the archway of Cancer. You can't pull that stone out. It's a donkey. It's fixed in its place. It's going to constantly be asking. And those questions are what support the system, really, that Cancer keystone up there.
And donkeys are
that.
intelligent. I mean, Soraya, you know that. Like in Dutch, we have a saying: "Een ezel stoot zich geen twee keer aan dezelfde steen." You know, a donkey doesn't hit himself twice on the same stone, on the same rock. You know, so yeah, they're
Cool.
They're really intelligent, and we use them as mules because they are so strong and they have that strong spirit. And even in Pinocchio, Pinocchio being the homunculus, basically, a created life form, on the island the island of sin, basically. Like, what does the water do? What does sin do with the boys? It turns them into donkeys. So there is
one more thing.
Is so there's so much to it.
The key. So the tribe of Dan, right? Landan, the tribe of Dan. There's something about this tribe of Dan. We really got to look at who these tribe of Dan were and why we've got London controlling the financial system. And what is the key to, what is the Dan key? It's the key of knowledge, the key of information control. And so Landan is the key that controls all financial transactions in the world, has been, until the new system is starting to come into being now, which is basically, well, obviously there's BRICS, which is not going to be controlled by London.
Yeah,
it's very interesting to see who is going to control BRICS. I mean, this is getting off topic. This is the moon's discussion now about money, but this is qualifying the power of the sun, manifestation, the key, the donkey. And it's a solar animal, the donkey.
And also,
donkey.
When you're mentioning the key, I'm just thinking again what you were saying earlier about the golden penis of Osiris, right? That's making me think of that. Something of that thought. And then a key to a chest, like the Four of Pentacles, for example. So it makes me think of the four again.
And there's also in the word keystone is the word question. In the question is the keystone, and there in London they presume to be the ends. The word ends has a very mind-conflagrating definition. And the closer you look to what they presume to be there in London, the more ink squid packs fog the waters of your thought when you're looking for the ends of where the authority is in that realm. Things get really murky, especially when you're looking for the ends of court. And this has to do with the termination, the terminal, the cut, and all things coterminous to the thought form that we're approaching when we point at the lion's den of London, especially the city of, and the guilds therein.
Or the zone of the dragon, right? The fire of the dragon, because in the city of London, I actually live very close to it, unfortunately. Well, good and bad things about that. But the actual bridge itself, they have a little dragon there to symbolize the fire of the dragon, or the sun dragon, somehow. And I've actually just visited Arizona, which is an interesting name itself, the zone of the Arians, maybe. But they actually have the old London Bridge there, which I think was originally from the 1800s. They took it down in the 1970s in London and shipped it to Arizona and rebuilt it there for some reason. So there's that sun dragon symbolism in Arizona too.
You just told me a whole lot. London Bridge is LB. LB is monetary value. It's your sense of justice, even weights and measures. LB, it's Libra. It's the pound.
Yeah.
Shipping it to Arizona, that there's something in between the lines there for me. Arizona is the Phoenix constellation in my work, which is like a cooking. It's next to Fornax. It's almost like it was sent back to the factory. Is kind of what that. I don't know why, but there's like between the lines. I'm hearing a lot in that they sent the London Bridge to Arizona. Thank you for that.
I might be able to add something small.
Just
Ari,
one quickly about
just
that. Go ahead.
I'm also just the word. Ari means light. Zona is the name of the sun. Sona.
That's fascinating. I just wanted to say quickly, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just about the flag, because the flag of Arizona, the state flag, is a star with like rays of light coming out of it, and they look like sun rays, actually.
Nice.
Exactly what you're saying, Frank.
Yeah, so I wonder
Incredible.
what did the bridge become in Arizona? Is it did they turn it into buildings or foundations?
They've literally rebuilt it. It's literally a bridge there across the river, or is that a lake? I don't know. I think that might be. Anyway, yeah, and they also have. They also brought one of the dragons, the little red dragons for City of London, that they put there as well.
Did they take the cornerstone and a dragon?
No, they took all the stones. They literally rebuilt the bridge. And yes, there's also one of the, you get those silver bollards with like the red mini kind of dragon statue on them, which is basically a totem, right?
Do you remember what year?
What year they rebuilt it? I think they did it in the 70s. I don't remember which year.
So, the Lion's Den London relates. It's got the Leo Major, Minor, and there's even a Lynx constellation. The Lynx is also like a wildcat of sorts. They're all hugging into Cancer very closely. Now, for those of you who don't believe in precession, just maybe pause or go get a coffee. But the story of the fall of the Tower of Babel, as far as in my mind, if I'm going to buy into the precession narrative, then the idea of a Tower of Babel collapsing might be telling us about the summer solstice, which is between July and June, basically. It may have once that 3 days of standing still might have been more towards August, between August and Virgo, because that standstill, that tower, that balance point of the Analema, if that was when the solar standstill once happened in the precession, then the Tower of Babylon is the tower of the baby lion. And so we're doing a 30-degree regression from where the solstice is now, and we're locking right into this hub of this lion's den. We're going into a lion's den with Leo Major, Leo Minor, and the Lynx constellation. It's all catastic right there. And so some sort of catastrophe happened that solstice location has moved on, and it's now over 30 degrees or so away. And so something about the collapsing of the Tower of Babylon and progressing off elsewhere is, I think, encoded in what you're describing here, that the Lion's Den foundational bridge, the bridge being the solstice time, was collapsed, and now it's moved over somewhere else, I mean, drastically. That's really a drastic differentiation from London into Phoenix, Arizona. I mean, don't you think that's like yin-yang, opposite-ish, kind of?
And Phoenix, when you say the word Phoenix, what are we talking about there? Phoenix, Arizona. So Arizona is the land of the Phoenix, which is reborn. And London Bridge is being reborn in Arizona, which is the land of Ari, light, sauna, shining from the star, from the sun. And the phoenix is how this light is brought back and recycled
Wow.
back into existence.
Okay, and so you just put it out, Star Fox. Thank you, brother. 71 in 1971 is when they put it back together. That inverts to 17. I knew there was something here. That becomes the star card. No, 17 is the star card. The star card is Arizona. It is Texas. It's the star state. In my territories map, Arizona is absolutely the star card. So for you to pull out the 71 as the year that they reestablished that, it's like couldn't be better. Couldn't be better.
They moved it
And
in
Aquarius.
68 and rebuilt it in 71, 3 years.
So they're really drumming that Aquarian age thing. I think, and I have in natural, because I'm a contrarian to my core. I see these signs and symbols telling me that, oh, we're moving into the Aquarian age. Look, we're doing this because of the Aquarian age. Don't you know that the answer is that we're in the Aquarian age? In my contrarian nature is just like, go get your tithing from somebody else. You know what I mean? I inherently, I've really adapted our brother Lucas L.C. King. I've really adopted his attitude. I have like a little L.C. King on my shoulder all the time where I'm like, oh, they're talking about the procession. And then my L.C. King inner voice is like, bro, that's bullshit. That's the psychic tithing, bro. Don't give in. Don't give in. So I always have to kind of speak out of both sides of my mouth for my inner Lucas's sake.
No, and speaking of Aquarius, speaking of water, like they relocated the bridge not just into the desert, but a man-made lake. Like in Arizona, they literally they made a lake just to put the bridge in. Wouldn't surprise me if they hired a couple of Dutchies for that, because we are pretty good with water.
Makes you wonder who built the bridge, though. Yeah, because of how old Arizona really is. The whole of that America was just seriously a series of waterways that are so ancient nobody can actually tell who built them. And according to the Native American legends, their forefathers built this incredible waterway system. And so Arizona was the heart. So they've managed to reintroduce water to the original lake. How far is Salt Lake from there? Salt Lake City, how far? What's the distance? Do you know, Gabriel?
I do not.
It's also
Makes me think about the mud flood.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also there's a giant subterranean wall structure that they discovered there that is so massive that it has to be giants, absolutely has to be giants. And just a quick side note, Washington anagram showing giant. Once we are able to have a sky view and look down, we can see that this the handiwork is on a massive scale that we just now are appreciating. Sorry, fire away, brother.
Kalal, you were saying something, were you? Or was I hearing that wrong?
No, that's a large reason why people are no longer allowed in the Grand Canyon. Washington comes from Washita, and when you look at the ley line nexus that runs from Texas in a lot of areas in Texas, from Austin, Dallas, Houston, especially, and remember the flood that happened in Houston, which was very symbolic of the flood that happened in Katrina. And when you understand that a lot of the so-called, because this is what they call them, refugees who were relocated from Louisiana to Texas, you can kind of understand how the energy followed them, right? Same thing happened in I'm not sure if it's North California or Southern California, but there's a nexus point that's supposed to be the center of the world. Something very similar that happened to Hawaii happened in California, because when you go back before 1808, 1821, I get those confused. California was depicted as an island, and when you look into the legend of Queen Calafia, you can literally get all of that laid out. and that plays into the cousins as they're referred to from Hawaii.
Hawa. So Hawaii is very interesting, eh?
It's Yahweh
mean-
in reverse.
Yeah.
And Yahweh might have been a volcano god to some people.
Vulcan.
Lava. He's the lava. He lava you long time.
So I looked it up real quick from Salt Lake City to Phoenix, Arizona. I mean, just using Google Maps, but by car, the fastest route would be about 663 miles, would take you about 10 hours.
I've heard stories that there was a huge waterway there in ancient times that extended from there all the way through, and something happened, catastrophe, whatever, and the water went away. So maybe there was, I mean, where did the Mayans and the Incans go? There was a lot of water coming onto the continent at some point. And so there must have been a lot of water there. And obviously Salt Lake City speaks about that there was a huge lake there, but that lake was supposed to have extended all the way to Arizona, like right over. So it's interesting.
The Great Salt Lake, yeah.
Yeah.
At some point, there'll have to be a discussion on the 1800s, because the 1800s is about the only way to begin to encompass all the things that fit under this umbrella. When you talk about the mud flood, when you talk about people being allocated and disappeared, when you look into, for example, look into what they call historic universities and hospitals and schools and asylums, post office. Look into the rotunda of what they now call the Capitol and see that every city, major or small, had a building like this. This universal architecture speaks to a lot. But when we talk about the mud that was removed, when we talk about the caverns, like the Grand Canyon is a excavation on top of an excavation, right? Exactly what you see there, you see in what they call Northeast Africa or Egypt. We understand that is a literal mirror. You can look at the rivers and the courses and how they flow and what direction, and you can properly date them, because we migrate from west to east, right? But they'll tell you it's the opposite when it comes to animals, because the camel was supposed to come from India to over here, but they got wiped out so that we wouldn't remember that culturally, much like the buffalo. So there's a lot there. I don't want to, I don't want to just take that anywhere, because that can go anywhere. But
No,
you're spot on.
And all of those buildings seem to date back to about the 1800s. It's like before, nothing was there, but I don't know, maybe like wastelands, natives.
Yeah,
and
man.
then 1800s, and some of these buildings, like speaking of 3 year, I believe that some of these buildings were, according to the official sources at least, like built in a matter of years, like just 3 years. And now if we're talking about that, the World's Fair or fairs, the Chicago World's Fair, for example, that was a thing that I was supposed to get into on a whole different podcast, but they had to build everything, like also man-made lakes, whole, train rails and locomotive connections and all of that. And supposedly all of that whole terrain and everything that was there, they built in a matter of years. Anywhere between 3 to 5 years.
That's what they tell you. But see,
Yeah, I mean,
that's the issue when it comes to the World's Fairs. Number one, they can't really talk about them, right? They can't really promote them and say, hey, this is where we introduced instant coffee and hamburgers and hot dogs, because they also had infant incubators, right?
yeah,
Especially in Chicago. I'm sorry, not Chicago, in Coney Island, New York.
yeah.
The White City of 1893 is so telling in Chicago, because it was supposed to be, well, which it was the uh, Columbian Exposition, but it was supposed to be
Hmm.
for the 400-year anniversary of uh, Christopher Columbus, or Cristobal Colon, right?
Mhm.
And that wasn't really it, because America in this time was more so known as Columbia than it
Yeah.
was America, right? So they had to tank that with a whole lot of things, from murder to even Elvis later on. But you got to look at specifically from 1851 to 1915. Those World's Fairs were all destroyed by dynamite. They were all destroyed by a means of destruction that we wouldn't see again until World War I and World War II, which was one of the main reasons for those quote unquote conflicts. They said they came up with this white paint that they had just painted. No, it was already white. When you look at any building pictures of any of these cities, any of these supposed World's Fairs, you'll see that they were already largely constructed. If anything, they added and changed some things, because if these edifices were built out of staff, which is wood and plaster, number one, you did not have Home Depot or Lowe's in those days. So where did you get that amount from? Even just for restoration, let alone just building. But is where are the bathrooms for these workers, for these builders? Like, is on top of the fact that every single World's Fair still has a building that exists, especially in San Francisco, right? Like, that survive until this day, but it was supposed to be built temporarily. Like, the narrative does not work. These cities still exist, like in Ashgabat, Turkmenistan, and they've existed for a long time before that. But this is how resets occur artificially.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Now,
I got a lot of really obscure thoughts, and I don't have my map with me to like kind of prove the orientation of my thinking. Yeah, I want to say a lot of things, but it might not really land anywhere in particular. But the World Fair is WF, as a Wheel of Fortune. Also, Ferris. I'm pretty sure. I think it's a
Ferris wheel.
Ferris wheel is a seraphim. It's a ring of fire. Seraphim is in the word Ferris wheel. But another thing here is the concept of fortune, the Wheel of Fortune card, is an invention of Machiavelli, who was a master deceiver. And he told people, if you're not going to go along with the laws, then you're going to need a lot of fortune to go with you. If you're going to be outside of society, you better hope that the goddess Fortune shines favorably on you. And a lot of
Fortuna.
people,
Yeah.
Fortuna, yes. And a lot of people would assert that the idea of Fortuna belongs to Machiavelli, and that that there's a provenance to Fortuna, the goddess, that is under the dominion of the Machiavellian spirit. And so when we're talking about these wheels of fortune coming up and being ripped away, the glory is shown what they could do for you, but then they steal it as a sign of their own power, that they can destroy your dreams. That is Machiavellian psychological mechanistic perfection that we're talking about. That they can put up this edifice and take it down just as fast as you can presume to attach to it. That is so psychologically abusive, and it is a Machiavellian signature move. And so when I see WF, even Whole Foods, right? Think of Whole Foods as a World's Fair. Whole Foods, I worked there for 10 years. I can say a lot. I'm in my powerhouse right now. I know Whole Foods inside and out. Let me tell you guys some shit. Let me talk some shit, please. Training day number 1. They get the newbies and they give them all the free stuff. They love bomb the fuck out of them, give them lots of chocolate and coffee for the enlightenment to turn on the lights. And then they love bomb them. They say, take anything you want. Here's the freebie stickers. And here's a questionnaire of how things work. Go find the sexiest employee that you want to flirt with and ask them these questions. Well, those questions, one of the cornerstones of what Whole Foods Wheel of Fortune World's Fair was all about was, who is our number one demographic? Who do we target the most in public? Why do we not spend any money? This is old Whole Foods, by the way. This is Roots Whole Foods when it started up. Why do we not spend money on advertising? And the answer is, it's a canned answer. You could go to any employee, they'll all tell you. The answer was, our target demographic is individuals who have suffered a life event trauma. The target demographic of Whole Foods from the get-go was, we don't spend any money on advertising. We find the individual who's gone through a tragedy, a suffering, a scarring, a jab, and we work that wound. We work their trauma. We work their wound. And that's the secret to Whole Foods. And Amazon Santo bought those motherfuckers out. And now the whole world is running on. We target the demographic of those with a scar, with a wound, with the court, who don't have the ends. That is profound to me. Now I want to say something else that I'm not sure where this goes. Spinoza did not believe in Fortuna. Spinoza had beef with Fortuna. I think he was reading right through Machiavelli. And so to pit Spinoza against Machiavelli, I'm out of my own league. But I just want to say that in the realm of ideologies, Spinoza and Machiavelli do not get along. And right there, I don't know where I am right now. I'm out in fucking La La Land in these battling minds. But something super next level happens when the possibility of the Spinozists are the breakaway civilization. I think that Spinoza's cosmology is living large in Antarctica, is what I think I'm getting at. And they didn't use any fictional Machiavellian Wheel of Fortune false promises to get there.
So Spinoza, like, of course, he was Dutch of Portuguese Jewish origin, born in Amsterdam, making him Dutch pretty much. What I'm reading here, and this is like just a whole lot of words, and I don't even understand half of them. Spinoza's thought combines Cartesian, metaphysical, and epistemological principles with elements from ancient Stoicism, Hobbes, and medieval Jewish rationalism into a highly original system. He tried to reinvent religion by moving it away from superstitions and ideas of direct divine intervention to being a disciple that was far more impersonal, quasi-scientific, and serenely consoling. So he
made it abstract.
Yeah, quasi-scientific, impersonal. I mean, that's what we have now. Right? Science is the new God, and it's, it's not personal. I mean, yeah, science is personal. I mean, Jesus. Like, during the whole, the latest world event, which they're trying to bring back, like, people had their cards, their marks, literally tattooed, engraved on their bodies, showing their allegiance to, the God of science.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Spinoza's God is Einstein's God. And Einstein played into this, whatever the story of making things go boom on a mind, altering scale. Einstein's God is Spinoza's God, and that tells us quite a bit.
Yeah.
Guys, I was just thinking about flags as well. We haven't talked about flags. Obviously, the US is going to be the most bloody obvious one when it comes to this, but you know, it's just using the Googles, and obviously there are so many flags that have stars and an actual like sun symbol on them. But I was just thinking about the US flag, because obviously the 50 stars, it's like the most obvious one. So what kind of stars or constellations are each of those? Like, what is that in itself? Whose suns are they? We're talking about it, and you know, genetically as well. And also, I was thinking about the stripes on the flag, as in like latitude, right, on the globe. So I thought that was interesting. That, like, is that representing lots of different latitudes, lots of different levels there, and lots of different suns there? So yeah, if you look it up now, there are literally just so many flags. Tons and tons of flags have these stars and suns on them.
I was just reassessing what I thought yesterday about the flag. How I read some of the description of Typhon from that story. I've speculated transposed onto the American flag as 50 something on each shoulder, and that made me think immediately of the American flag having the 50 stars on its shoulder on that one corner. And I often think of those stripes and striations, like you were saying. They're also, for some people would say they're cotton fields. They're rows of cotton, and then the red is the blood from picking the cotton. That's been said before. I like to think of it as musical bands, or the musical scales. I love the latitude idea, but Jupiter is Job. He's the tortured, travailing one, and his ribs are showing, and he's covered in boils. All of the things about the description of Jupiter are the description of the character Job. But
I love the ribs, especially if you're thinking of the stars as sons of people.
With the stripes of Jupiter are bands and chords. They call them bands and chords, which makes it musical right away. Bands and chords, and then of course there's the Star-Spangled Banner, is the music that comes to mind with bands and chords and striations.
And back to the word science, a sconce is a light source in a room, an artificial light source. So that back to that religion discussion of, you know, how the religion was turned into a scientific way of thinking. Well, the word sconce originally means artificial light source, doesn't it? So science is sort of an artificial god.
Artificial light, yeah. And science, seance, you know, calling up things, conjuring things.
Yeah, that was my thought too, seance, definitely.
And back to the stars and stripes, because that's quite interesting, you know. Stripes. I've always thought of, okay, well, the stars are, obviously we know what the stars are. The stars relate to the light, the actual light that's being brought into the picture. But the stripes, the P and the F are interchangeable in old languages. So you could call it the stripes.
Yeah.
The stars
Totally.
and stripes. So
Yeah,
those
man.
stripes represent the stripes, the cuts, the scratches on your body, the stripes that you've gone through. You've walked through thorny bushes and you're scratched up. You've got stripes all over your body.
Claw marks.
I've looked like that when I've gone through the wrong bush.
Claw marks of clawing yourself to to reach that better life.
Yeah. I was considering the striations of the whatever's coming out of the back of those planes, and it does that accumulatively, whatever that is to you. Does that constitute a daemon striation? If the United States flag is the daemon of the domain, are they giving a daemon striation when they put striations in our heavens?
Yes, because it's barium and aluminium what they're spraying, BAAL, BAL. So
that's it. They're demonstrating the demon striations of Baal.
Yeah.
And I'll say 50. Number 50 is a 10 on the periodic table. Hailing back is also a 5, which is barium, right? Or boron. Am I saying that right? Boron is 5. Tin is 50. But tin leads straight back to Britain. That's why it's the red, white, and the blue. The tin goes directly to Britain, which is a tithing, an acknowledgement of that source tithing.
Gabriel, how would you connect those elements of the periodic table to the star card? Just thinking it's the biggest, the US is in a way the biggest star card of the world.
Well, 17 is... Well, right, yes. Yeah, the star card is totally, Texas and Arizona, and even a little bit of Arkansas. Arkansas is more the tower card. The tower and the star card are both Aquarius in my mind. The tower is actually Pegasus, which leads into Andromeda, who is Prometheus, the captured, chained, tortured one on the Zodiac, is the tower card of Pegasus, which is all in Arizona, Texas, and also Arkansas to a large degree. But 17 is a very superstitious number. It's chlorine on the periodic table, which has a lot of use and meaning and significance. We wear that. We put that on our clothing. We wear chlorine as for eugenics, for hygiene, you know. But 17 is so superstitious. I've heard that, like, in Italy, there are like whole swaths of people who they still will spit on the ground when, like, the letter Q is mentioned, or when number 17 comes up serendipitously. Like, if it seems like, oh, that's funny, I was just thinking about Q. Well, some people think that that's a bad omen, and so they actually spit on the ground around the number 17, and it has to do with, like, really elaborate math kung fu that I don't have the wherewithal to summon. But there is something weird about, like, the way 17 sequences out in Ma'at.
And I just
back to the 10.
found something.
To be very quick. Back to the 10. The 10. 50. 10. 10. Jupiter. Sagittarius. And the king of the gods. Paying the tithe back to the king. 10. Jupiter. And that sort of brings us back to under which those constellations are falling, all pointing. It's the Sagittarian bow, right? Giving the direction that we're all supposed to be moving in, sort of the focus. Sorry, please do continue, Stein.
No, I found something interesting, because what was it again? It was talking about Cancer, because barium is the number 56 on the periodic table, with aluminium being 13. Together comes at 69, 69 being Cancer. So I have the periodic table open here in a tab. So,
and Cancer is the beginning of the night.
Oh, you know what? I've got something. Oh, wow. Hold on. I've got something on chlorine. I'm so glad you asked that question. Sometimes the answers to these questions come the next day or weeks later, and I'm like, oh, I wish I'd have thought of that. There's so much to, like, to lay on the table. So chlorine being 17, if I'm going to put on my Immanuel Velikovsky helmet, mantle, and entertain the Saturnian cosmology for the sake of this conversation, it is the chloride content of the ocean has been proven to have isometric identical signature to Saturnian energies. And I know I gotta appeal to an authority that I don't care to even say their name to make this statement. But the idea that the chlorine content of the ocean is isometrically identical to that of Saturn is like a total boon to the Saturnian cosmological theory. The idea that Saturn was at the North Pole once, there was a conflagration, a fallout, and between us and Saturn was Mars. And I think the story is something of a pulling away of a sheath and a deluge down upon the Earth. This would be like Samson loses his hair. Well, that's Mars losing its atmosphere and then drenching Earth with it. And so all of that would be like a big mixing bowl of Gaia, mixing all the essences from all the planetary alignments as we move into a heliocentric arrangement. So the chlorine factor is a linchpin to that cosmology. That 17 handoff from Mars to Earth is a keystone of the Saturnian ethos. I'm not going to say mythos. I'm going to say ethos.
That's very interesting. I actually did a video that's discussing this a while ago, and it's discussing the 7 principles of Hermes, but specifically focused on the 5th principle of Hermes as it relates to the Manipura, to the solar fire, and how that is an expression of the color green and Saturn. Because when you calculate mathematically the 3 principles and you calculate them out, you end up with Saturn relating to the green man, and the green man being the embodiment of Saturn. And so the color green has always been misused, in my opinion, and applied to Venus, which is almost inane because Venus represents cognitive resonant frequencies more in tune or closer to Jupiter than anything else. And so we have to really apply Jupiter being blue, and we have to look at indigo. And so indigo being applied to Saturn doesn't really fit with Saturn's character, but green does. And I actually dropped my phone on the beach. I fell face forward on the rocks, and I scrunched my phone, my other Samsung. I've got a new one in the drawer. I have to open it. And I smashed it, and I lost 3 videos. And one of the videos was this video, which was really annoying to me because it was like about an hour. My series season 3 are like 30 to 45 minute videos, or 35 minutes. That was a 45-minute video. And so I was gutted because I've got to go and redo them. But that idea of Saturn relating to chlorine is ringing my bell because it's exactly where my practical work has taken me.
If we're talking about green, it was Sir Humphrey Davy in 1810 who gave it the name it has now, who named it after the ancient Greek chloros, meaning pale green.
And also like what is that type of gold that is like the purest? It's so pure that it is green. It's like electria or something. Does that ring a bell to anybody?
Are you talking about electrum?
Maybe it's electrum. It's a type of gold that is so pure that it's green, and you can add things to it and it's still gold. It has like a lot of grace before it's adulterated, but its refined aspect is green. Gold. So Saturn gave the golden age, but the funny thing about gold is that in its most essential state, it is not golden, it is green. GR is a 7-9, which is the periodic number for gold. It also not only is the 7-9, GR 7-9, it unpacks another way fractally. We're unpacking the cube of it here. And that is that this 1-7 becomes a 1-6, the 9 becomes a 1-8, and now you're looking at 1.618. So the GR unpacks into a great many things. And I just thought I would share all of that interesting. Oh, and then here we are. We're vilifying green right now. We're triggering. We're being very triggering about the color green. Sneezing, coughing, Fauci, I quaff Fauci, and the color of the dinar, the money.
And connecting it to Saturn one more time, Greenwich, Green Witch.
Wow.
And our clocks are set according to the Green Witch. Green, Saturn,
wonderful,
Lord of Time.
Wonderful. That's high-grade kung fu, my good friend. Well done.
And Greenwich is, if you're talking time zones, it's the 0 point.
The Neph, the cosmic egg, the prime ordeal. I want to seed everybody's mind with something I learned. I'm still chewing on this, but like the word primordial, I thought it was great to consider that it's the birthing. The prime ordeal is your birth process. So that's fun. That's fun to consider. But somebody mentioned that the prime ordeal is actually that picture of Aristotle and Plato, and that the prime is Aristotelian logic pointing down to the earth being grounded. And ordeal is actually the order of things, that is Plato pointing up. And so now when I hear the word primordial, I come to a middle path. I walk between these two pillars of thought. I stay ambivalent. It's almost a reset of my biases to hear the word primordial and come into that famous painting of one hand down and one hand up, Aristotle to Plato.
And there's another thing to be considering here with the Saturnian story. I think it's almost like it's been deliberately hidden from us so that we don't make these connections, because it seems like a lot of Western astrology has been jumbled for us to some extent. And for example, when you go to India, right, and you look at Mercurius, right? So Mercury is that planet which is closest to the sun, that actually touches energy and matter, where the sun is in a pure state of energy, if we want to consider that. So Mercurius is energy, which is yellow, if you want to consider energy. Yell has got to do with sound, vibrations, yelling, vibrations, pure energy, vibrating. And when you take the red, right, and red is to sort of ride the wave of energy. So you're actualizing it. It's becoming solid, suck red, you know. And when you mix those two, you end up with the vermilion, if you mix it in the concentration where red is dominant. And so this vermilion color is right across India. It's what all the sacred people wear. And it actually relates to Mercurius. And so it relates to that aspect of the consciousness which is able to touch matter and spirit simultaneously, which is what Mercury symbolizes. So Mercury being very closely associated with the sun, it's the polarity of sexuality that is brought into a single synthesis that is able to become the communicator of the power of the sun here in the physical form. So in that sense, we're looking at something quite profound, the relationship between Mercury and the sun, and why when we speak of alchemy, we're creating gold, but we're refining gold into the philosopher's stone, but we're using Mercury to do this. And so it means in communication, we can find the truth. So we're back to the edifying principle, and soul, edify, solidify. It's got to do with the processes of Mercury and the sun communicating. And so oxygen, number 8, the octagon that binds the Merkaba and separates it from the cube so that the waters above and the waters below can be mirrored, is the process through which this soul edifying principle of information, which is pure energy, is gridded into coherency by the process of Mercury. So we really need to look at what Mercury represents here as the man with breasts.
Right. Man, I love that you've gifted me with Soul Edify, man. I just got to tell you, that's going to nourish me for the rest of my life. Like what we discovered with Soul Edify is such a gift here. I can't say enough. It's just going to really serve me well. I appreciate that one, man. That is such a gem. I'm thinking more and more. Yeah. I'm thinking
the name
more
of the heart and is knowledge.
Yes. And I'm thinking more and more of that soul edifying as what we're capable of with our pineal. You know, like, for example, again, back to that Platonic solid agreeing to describe a thing. Like when I wanted to entertain a Saturnian cosmology, I had to soften my pineal. I had to, reshape the fractality of the diamond in my mind so I could speak of it through a different lens. I'm re-lensing my thinking process just to entertain a notion. And so my pineal has a lot of flexibility to jump into this idea and that idea, but not fully believe it all the way. And this is where that phrase of like, it is truly a sign of intelligence to entertain somebody else's idea without fully believing it or taking it on or succumbing to their idea, but staying civil in entertaining their perspective. You know what I mean? I think a lot of that has to do with having a lucid pineal and not being too solidified, too soul edified. And that we need to re-soul edify on a regular basis so that we can go to like lucid solid as quickly as possible.
The mind works best when it's open, just like a parachute. Exactly right. Guys, I got to run. I got a couple engagements I have to get to. This has been absolutely file stuffing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we create a lot of homework. You know what I'm saying? That is a beautiful spiritual thing for me. Anything that can add to what I'm already doing and synchronize and confirm is absolutely priceless. I want to say love, peace, and power to everybody, especially you, Franklin, for creating the space. Slick, Stein, Soraya, Ramah, this has been incredible. Love, peace, and power to all of you. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you, brother, for bringing your beautiful brain and your heart and your grounding presence.
It's been awesome.
Love, peace, and power.
Give thanks,
Be
brother.
well and have a great day. There's something that you were just saying now that I wanted to add to about the pineal. Okay, so the pine is obviously the pine tree. To pine is to miss, is to feel that there is a lack. There's something missing. Oh, I'm pining. So the pineal is desire, but not desire in action, desire in an inactive state, the precursor of what will become desire. So the pine is quite interesting, and obviously Christmas trees and all of that. But what I really wanted to focus on, and I don't want to lose my train of thought here because I'm going to go too far away from the pivot of the idea. Calcium, number 40. Is it number 40 on the periodic table?
I think it's earlier than
0.08. Sorry, it's number 20. It's number 20. But it's got an atomic mass of 40. That's right. I've got it here now. So it's got an atomic mass of 40. It's number 20. but it's on the 40, it's 40.08. So it's on the one side of the scale it's 40, on the other side of the scale it's 8. There's something very powerful being explained here about the way in which you've got 20 digits, right? And the 20 is a very important number, numeration, as the 19 of the sun is the mystic number of 20. So the sun is pure energy, 19, but 20 is where the energy is starting to take form, calcium, calcification, crystallization. And when we look at that atomic mass, the 40 on the one side, the 40 has always been important. 40 days is sort of how long you can go without food before you start to damage your organs, right?
And didn't the Christ walk, or no, who was it who walked 40 days and 40 nights through the desert?
Exactly. And how long did the Mashiki tribe, Moses' crew, wander through the desert before they found the promised land of milk and honey?
That was 40 days.
USA, right? The Middle East. But anyway, that whole story, 40. But then we look at the number 0.08. So when we're looking at on subatomic level, it's 0.08. But on an atomic level, it's 40. When we look subatomically, it's bringing us back to the structure that holds the cube and the macabre independently of each other. That number 8, you can't escape it. It's so fundamental to the nature of reality. We think of the number 7 only because 7 is a mystic number of 8. 8 is the structure of being.
And number 8 on the periodic table is oxygen.
Yes, crucial.
There we go.
That's where the spirit
having a atomic weight of 16. I mean 15.999. I mean 999. There you go again. You know, turn that upside down. What you got? But so it's pretty much 16, which is of course 2 times 8.
I love that. Okay, so I'm getting heavy downloads on the calcium potentiality here, with the 40 associated to it. There are 40 constellations. Okay, if you memorize the 12 zodiac and the 36 minor decans, of the 88 total, it leaves a 40 unaccounted for. And those 40 unaccounted for constellations are often very much forgotten in the background. They're not considered. They're generally inanimate objects. They're like a sextant or a compass or a clock, or things that are inanimate that have usefulness, but they're just not animals. They're not flesh. There are 40 of them unaccounted for. We're talking about the wilderness, the unknown, the not mapped out. When we go into the wilderness, we're going into the zone that is not mapped out. So there are 40 artifacts of the heavens that are not important, but they do make up the scenery of the realm. Now, calcium in reverse, Muse-lac. M-U-I-C-L-A-C, Muse-lac. We lack any musing as to what these extra 40 artifacts are. They're off in the wilderness, but they do pop up in the stories. They're seated in the stories very intentionally to keep us on the track of the golden brick road of the mythology of it all. I just wanted to say and then the idea of calcifying, it's almost like we've calcified it, we've Esau'd it, it's harmonized into a solidity. It is a stone that is no longer singing. It is a music at rest, that it's calcified and disregarded and cast by the wayside, these 40 artifacts of the heavens that we don't think about because it's not part of the music. That part is in stone. It's like the scenery of a stage is the artifacts that people take for granted. Like if a person comes in stage right and leaves stage left, they just think they're coming in and off the stage. They don't think about what right and left means to their soul. So that's all the random things about the Muse-lac of calcium and 40 artifacts that are the harder, more remote things on the sky to keep track of, those little details where the devil is in the details.
I think also there's something else about calcium. It's highly resonant. It carries tones. It carries tones through the human body. So our bones ring because of the calcium in them, in a sense. If we could hear on that frequency of sound when you walk, there'd be the sound of ringing bones. What a concept. But I don't know where I came upon this information many, many years ago, but it's got to do with the frequency of calcium creating resonant tones in the human body. And maintaining health has got to do with the right amount of calcium. And the same way that your teeth are a resonating point for your mouth when you speak. Yeah. They're like little resonators. And so it's interesting how calcium is obviously the connective structure that your body requires. But when that mixes with the pineal gland, it starts to create, you know, it actually stops the mental body from decoding the ringing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were talking. I thought you were talking with your mic off. So there's something very interesting with the whole ringing, resonating calcium situation there. And I also, one more thing when we think about calcium, to cal is to calibrate, right?
Wow,
And
right.
yeah.
And each zodiac sign is 40. Oh, in the old zodiac, each station was 40 degrees. Virgo is still the one that dominates the most. It gets a full 40 degrees still. But if it was a 9-month zodiac, you could calibrate it by 40 degrees each. There's another 40 in calibrating. And those random artifacts I'm talking about, they help me orientate myself in the story so I can calibrate where I am in the I call it the cranial skyfolding. The cranial skyfolding is the, you know, the sky clock in every story.
40 on the periodic table is zirconium, related to Persian zargon, gold-like or as gold. But it has
Fake diamonds.
Oh wow! Because it's half of 80. Gold is 79, so it almost harmonizes. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, gold is 79, mercury is 80.
There's something interesting there, isn't there? The alchemists were talking about this.
Yes.
How mercury can blend with gold and then separate back from gold and leave gold not quite what gold was. Same gold, only not quite the same gold as what it was, but it's still gold. The interesting thing about the monatomic gold, back to the sun discussion, back to cycle these two pieces of information, what you bring about the combination here is the way in which the monatomic gold, the philosopher's stone, is said to be like filaments, you know, monatomic structures of gold, and the two serpents with structure around them. And so in the way that the DNA, in the way that the pineal gland can become calcified by the presence of calcium, this monatomic gold can calcify the DNA. And what that does is it prevents, in my mind, this is how I've always envisioned it, is that the DNA then gets locked in to the gold, monatomic gold, right? And because it's locked into the monatomic gold, it's not moving left or right, but it increases the resonant frequency and the atomic mass. So brings power into the consciousness and creates occult potentials for occult powers, which is why the Chemians and those that were considered as ancient Egyptians, erroneous perhaps, used to eat the manna from heaven. And there might have been a time when this stuff was falling out of the sky, literally, right? Because of astronomical reactions, monatomic gold could have been created in the atmosphere by natural alchemical reactions high up. probably to do with this, what we are talking about, this Saturnian, aspect of what we find in the oceans as an evidence to what was happening astrologically. But, and I'm losing my track of thought here. I'm going too far from my central pivot. But the monatomic gold as the structures of the DNA would mean that you live longer because the DNA doesn't break down because it's bound to the gold, but it doesn't evolve either, which is an interesting concept. This was, a lot of people were trying monatomic gold some time ago, right? Everybody wanted to get hold of it. And monatomic gold was the craze because it's supposed to be quite a psychedelic experience, right?
Yeah,
from a shamanic perspective. And for those that know, it's quite a head trip, but it can make you horribly sick as well. This is an interesting concept. And I always thought to myself, no, that's going to bind your DNA. If it works, it will bind your DNA and you won't be able to move forward. Now, it makes me think about these 200 egregori from ancient times that took form on the physical plane from, the spiritual planes, the Titan predecessors. And perhaps they were eating the manna, and perhaps their DNA was bound in a particular time zone so that they weren't able to continue evolving with the natural path of evolution of the universe, which is towards creation and destruction. And so they would have been trapped in the exhaust of the old world, and thus the eighth sphere would have been what they constructed as a temporary residence so that they didn't get left behind in the annals of vacuum, if you want to consider such a concept, beyond which we are evolving. And so it would explain why we've got these demons, as we've considered them, not daemons, I mean demons specifically, as a different concept, as beings that were evolving backwards instead of evolving forwards. Not that they were evolving backwards, but the time was evolving forwards and they weren't keeping up with time. So relatively they were going animalistic because time is moving. How's that for a concept?
Yeah, man. The manifestation of the monatomic gold is super important. And you're right, it does get out of hand. I think it has many times in the past. But so we have, this kind of leads to that recollecting the golden phallus story that unpacks in so many ways and echoes through history. But like something that they do when they want a new colony, a new territory, when they want to put a flag, when they want to lift up a flagon to claim, to put a stake in land, they will name their goal after a Plymouth rock. They will name the target where they want people to enthusiastically go and colonize and do all the fundamental legwork to build a city. They'll name the location, oh, that's Plymouth Rock. And so subliminally, they're saying there's gold in them, their hills. And all the people go crazy. So they're seeding that mana into the minds. They're sprinkling it like a crop duster with the language. Even Yellowstone, right? They go to Yellowstone, to the greatest caldera of Vulcan, where he's mixing up all the rare earth elements. So these things draw people west. Your pursuit of gold and material things draw you further and further into westing. And that is a lure that has happened with the manifest destiny expansionism. And now to bring it back to Isis and Osiris, the word feminist is an anagram for manifest. And so this idea of high ideals, having something in your mind that must be attempted. You would having a thought in your mind, such as a goal, as a high ideal, is what draws humanity to things. This is the feminine, the negative, the Zazum leading the way. And then I want to say something else that's kind of provocative, I know I'm coming at it with as little judgment as possible. I say it with an open heart. It's a decode that I found, and I don't want any of my personal essence on this information. But in Genesis 3, just after 3:14, we're at we go past the 3:14, which is pi. We're in Genesis 3:15. Is the ever so enigmatic verse of her heel will bruise his head and his head will bruise her heel. That enigma, that puzzle, that code is a rebus, R-E-B-U-S. A rebus is a word puzzle, and it's what I've been doing for years now. I'm only now finding out the name of it. And the word rebus, it basically gives permission for all of the anagramming and reshaping of the Platonic solid. Every side of the Platonic solid is another facet of the rebus of the word. Rebus is anagramming, turning it over in every possible angle to see all of the general broad meanings, even seen from your perspective and my own, and even somebody who speaks Chinese when they hear the word. Those are all the sides of the subject. So the word rebus is a rebus for the word bruise. Her heel shall bruise his head shall bruise his heel, and you put the heel and the head together and you get high ideals. To know that the rebus is part of language is a high ideal. For me to even presume to talk about these Platonic solids and us to be in this mutual space to convey these ideas, the room is the rebus. And so there's something really fascinating about the divine feminine having more receptivity, more tenderness. She's bruisable. She's more receptive to all the potentialities of the word. And she informs it. She informs it. The mother is the informant on the birth certificate, on the bullshit I fake it. And so the rebus is a bit of a Gordian's knot of every sound we ever make that unpacks in other strange manifestations. Feminist, manifest. So just kind of hear all of that as maybe saying that the multifaceted puzzling of language in general is a divine feminine power to see the treasure of sound through all of its potential fields.
You hit a nerve with me there, a beautiful nerve. So I'm considering her body. So now we need to consider Nuit. Yeah, as you say in South Africa, Nuit, nothing. Antimatter. As being in the most ancient glyphs, it's the being that is doing a feet on the ground, arc across the sky, head touching the ground. And so you're only seeing half the story. You're seeing half the puzzle. What you're not realizing is underneath, where her feet stops, there's his head going underneath you, with his feet touching her head. Does that make sense? So that there is this continuity, because we've all seen that very ancient image of the heavens, which is the body of a human, right? Often depicted as a female. And she's doing this bend across the heavens. But what we haven't considered is she's just half of a polarity. And so when we consider her other polarity, we're talking about the underworld, in my mind, where the underworld touches the manifest universe. So this idea has also got to do with life and death, being sort of held apart by the polarizing effects of the sun with life force. And when that life force is out of the picture, it would have collapsed until it springs back into life with the yugas, right? With the dropping of the universe and the reconstituting of the universe. But essentially, the pressure of the life force is what creates the driving, grinding daily grind. So what you're saying is really like very profoundly intense, and it's actually thought inspiring. And so I think it's very much relating to life and death in the underworld, for touching, with the feet touching the head. It seems to be quite a divine thing, if you think about it. Because it's almost like standing upside down.
Yes.
Like on the tree, you know, now we're speaking about being crucified upside down on a tree in a metaphor.
Yeah.
Same idea.
I think that the zodiacal body is sometimes called the arc of hysteria in art, in the art world. The zodiacal body, and it's often feminine because it's the feminine is pregnant with meaning. It's where the thoughts are birthed out of. But that hysteria has an interesting legacy. You know, I always point out that a lot of people are like, "Oh, what about her story?" Well, her story is the Hist oracle. The Hist oracle came through the feminine, the Sibyls. So we're actually acknowledging the feminine. We just didn't have the context with his story is from the oracle sitting over the vents of the python. Oh, and I lost my train. But yeah, there is a divine feminine hiding out right in there. Here. Okay, I remember. The provenance of the word hysterical. It actually it roots in Freud in a strong way. There for a long time, and imagine world wars taking so much masculinity out of the gene pool that the ladies aren't getting satisfied. And this is actually why how the vibrator was invented. It was a surgical device that ladies would go to the doctor to get to relieve the hysteria, because there's no libidinal resolution in their life.
That story's been debunked, actually. That's not entirely
Really?
true. Yeah.
That the vibrator was not a doctor-administered tool?
No.
Oh,
no,
interesting.
It's a fancy story, but I actually I follow a podcast called Kinky History.
Tell me
about the history of sex and all, and she actually debunked that whole story. But until I heard that, I thought it was true,
right,
as well. But the vibrator, it goes way back as a tool, I believe, to ancient Egypt.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, this is a great thing where even the debunked story does not dissolve into oblivion, because action has been taken on the falsity that is a debunked story still. You know what I mean? So I love that it's been debunked. I'm inclined to say it's actually the cane of Thalia is the vibrator. The real OG vibrator is the cane of Thalia, the goddess of the muse of laughter and hysteria. That might be the real root that Freud and the guys were building on. Does that sound righteous?
I do see a connection there. It's definitely.
It's like if we debunk the story, the artifact is still there, and that artifact is an implement of the goddess of comedy. The vibrator is the cane of Thalia, and the false story around it is like a joke that the muse of hysteria is telling us. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Like, the story doesn't it's been debunked, it goes away. No, it's actually
a bit hysterical.
Maybe the story is Thalia laughing at us with a false narrative. That is
This is how the story's told.
Right, and it's laying a cloud of obfuscation behind the Sibyls. The vibrator, the debunked vibrator story is laying a cloud of obfuscation around the true nature of the Sibyls, which are they're hardcore hitting in Switzerland, where these motherfuckers came from, The guy's telling us this shit. And they got a dark sense of humor in Switzerland, I'm telling y'all. I love that you said that, man. And I love also when a thing is debunked, it's like, don't throw it away yet. The bathwater is good. The bathwater's still good. Don't throw the whole, if it's debunked, actually maybe put it in a special cabinet of debunked potentials, you know?
I shared the website and the specific YouTube episode of the creator that I was talking about, Esme Louise James.
Awesome. Dude, thanks for bringing that, man. I love it. Yeah.
No problem. It's what you get when your interests are just so varied, you know?
Uh-huh. That's great. Well, so, but that hysteria, these psychologists, you know, Lacan, Freud, Jung, they animated it into the libidinal economy narrative. And so it becomes like an artifact or a person in the room, an elephant in the room, that even if it is a false narrative, it still caused people to act around it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love that. And it's hysterical. It's hysterical that we would make a story about doctors with vibrators. Dude,
no, but it actually also makes a lot of sense. That because I know that in the past they didn't have vibrators, but if a woman wasn't having, if she was having an emotional problem and she couldn't have an orgasm, she could go to a medical sort of professional that could help her have an orgasm using tools. This was something that did happen in old times. I've read about it in other instances, maybe not with vibrators, but you know, using tools as a concept, as a form of sort of
I'm
therapy.
sure there were institutions or doctors like that, you know, and I mean, it's not the whole origin, but you know, I'm sure it's you know, it was a thing. I mean, otherwise it's just, you know, misinformation that we have kept repeating over hundreds of years.
Probably it is that as well.
I want to point out we're calling it feminine. We're calling it misinformation. The muses are in the room. The muses are constantly reappearing.
True.
Now we're back to the serpent. The same words that speak the truth speak the lie because of the forked tongue. And so this is right back to the sun, the serpent of the sun, the information, the ability to inform through energy, the, once again, solidifying presence of the sun to bring with the lie the truth, and with the truth the lie. And it makes you think about the idea of Lucifer, you know, as it's been handed to us by the men in black dresses that like to touch children. Sorry, I had to put that in there. And sorry, it's a bad joke, but it's the reality, isn't it? And there's definitely this connection here with the serpent. And somebody asked a question, I think it was Eleanor, about the Naga. And so the Naga are the tribe that came to Earth long, long ago, serpent people, serpent beings. And in modern times, there are practices to invoke the Naga and the employing of the Naga. And the Naga are the serpent beings. Now, in the West, we've also got the story of the Naga, the Archons. Now we're going to the Archons are relating to the Yaldabaoth. The Yaldabaoth created the Archons. And the Archons, once again, serpent beings. And some of these Archons broke away from Yaldabaoth, 200 of them, and they took form here on the physical earth, and they became physical Archons. Okay, so we've got the same story again as the other story with the other names. And so the Archons relate to these lizard beings. And any of you that have had any run-ins with them, you know what I'm talking about. They're a tough bunch to hang out with. They use fear as a sort of currency. And fear is fire. Fear. So fear is the mistake of life, life's error. Phi being life, err being an error. So when life makes a mistake, it creates fear. What an interesting concept. It's like what represents the mistake of life is death, and fear is death, if you think about it. In nature, when an animal gets afraid, the predator attacks it. But a predator can't attack a creature unless it's afraid, because it's locked into the predator's genetics to attack something that's afraid. I don't know if that makes sense. Anybody that's spent enough time in the wild around predators will understand that they can't attack you if you're not afraid of them.
Yeah.
No matter what the predator is, essentially. Because there's a genetic lock into this, the way this thing works. And so this fear, I think, is what we're talking about here. And it is that lie which is spoken as the truth. From the truth it becomes a lie. When life force twists its head back on itself, that the emotional impulse of life becomes fear. It creates death. And so somebody was asking about life and death. And so this life and death is, without fear, there couldn't be death, in a sense. So it's sort of written into our genetics, in a sense.
Yeah. That false energy, the false energy appearing real.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think about the false energy appearing real creates a labyrinth, lies. Okay, so people say, just go with the Occam's razor. The most simple thing, all things even the most simple is the most likely. Well, Occam's razor hits a wall immediately when you announce the presence of lies in the world. And so the straight line of Occam's razor doesn't have a path if there is a labyrinth of lies around it. And that formulates a multiverse for people. And so while people want to go into the quantum about the multi and all that stuff, they have to realize they are inside of a maze of lies first. You can't really talk about parallel dimensions yet because there's no room for Occam to spread his legs. And so the maze of lies traps Occam. And so when you hear people saying, oh, reduction, it must be simple, they're just looking at the wall and not seeing that they're still in a maze and Occam has a long way to go. But that's the false energy appearing real, is the maze of lies. That the Nagas have quite a bit of capacity in. Nagamati scriptures is kind of a digamma. Digamma is a 6. It's a very superstitious number to the Greeks. It's so superstitious they named it twice 3. They didn't give it its own name. They used another number to represent the digamma because they're so superstitious about it. They didn't even list F in their alphabet till after the fact. So the digamma F sharp, it's probably has to do with the dissonant tones, was removed from their alphabet strategically and isolated. But that is superstition, but it's also harmonics. But I want to say this about the Nagas and the fear. Na is salt, Hg is mercury, and S is sulfur. And I just listed the alchemical Holy Trinity. Salt, mercury, and sulfur is the Holy Trinity. And if you put the alchemical symbol for salt is a circle with a line through it. It looks just like a G. The alchemical symbol for mercury is basically the torus, the horned circle, which is very much like an O. And the alchemical symbol for sulfur is the triangle with a cross on the bottom, and that is the delta. I just spelled G-O-D in the word N-A-H-G-S. The Nagas, alchemically, through the periodic table, spells G-O-D. And that's jumping through symbolic systems in a most fascinating way. And I want to put this on the table. Star Fox, you said you heard me in Zeralath's show last night?
Yeah,
buddy.
I did.
I gotta share this with you. I'm excited that you were there because this will have context since you heard what we were talking about. Zeralath threw something on my lap that was unpacking all night for me after he and I talked, and I have to go back and give Zeralath a huge hug because he told me that the obelisk of 2001 Space Odyssey, that the obelisk he and I discovered together that the obelisk is your cell phone, which is not no surprise to anybody. But what is a surprise is that has a constellation. Your cell phone is the Ara Altair constellation. It is the table of the Magi card. The Magi has a table in front of him in the Rider-Waite deck. Other decks, generally, there's a table. That table is the Ars Altair constellation. And it's also the periodic table that we're using to do the ciphering that we're doing right now. That table, that crucial table. And also this obelisk in our hands, this table that's in our hands, we are drawing forth elements from it. We're extracting elements from it. It's quite deciphering. And I'm going to be integrating that into my worldview for a very long time, that the obelisk is our cell phone, and it is the Altair constellation. It is the table and the Magi card, and it's also the podium that the muses share. It's the touchstone that they all come up to the front of the room to talk. Mm-hmm. It's also that podium, and again, going back to a couple weeks ago on the show, the Ashley Babbitt ritual. Ashley Babbitt getting blood sprayed onto that wooden altar in that stairwell. That wooden altar corresponds to the cell phone in all of our hands. The blood on that altar magically corresponds to everybody's cell phone. And that is freaky to think about.
Ashley Babbitt, wasn't she the one who, well, let's say, demasculated her husband?
You are awesome for saying that. That's what I thought. I made that association too. It's so close. It seems intentional. It's so close that it seems intentional. That's Lorena Babbitt that you're thinking about, that did chop her man's thingling. But what happened at the Capitol riot at January 6th, that ritual was another castration spell. And they shot that woman, Ashley Babbitt, in her.
Oh shit, her. Yeah.
Yes. And so
that she was the only actual casualty, right?
That we're told. And she got shot. She got shot in the trachea, which is a torn bugle, a bugle rip. And that is, the bugle is the implement of Cleo, the muse of history. They were writing history with the blood of Cleo on that Altair. Now it was a squid.
The horn,
Right. Now it was probably a squid pack, because we know now that there's a New Testament, you don't actually need to kill things. You can just use wine and crackers. You can use symbolic replacement. So that very likely was just a theatrical symbolic replacement for what people think really happened. But going through the motions is sufficient enough for the effect to sink in. Whether it was real or not almost doesn't matter, is what I'm saying. It almost doesn't matter. But what's fascinating is that the obelisk is in our hands right now, that she died next to, which is a implement of the muses. It's the meeting place of the muses. It's Heidegger's Lektung, the clearing space. Yeah, that's wild. And I owe that to Zeralath, that he correlated our phones with the table of the heavens, which is also the periodic table that we're drawing all this information out of.
Now, this is very interesting, because there's another facet to the story. that needs to be considered. So the Nagas, as I've researched and considered, and my experience of those particular beings, I've always known them as the Archons. And then I went to India and I discovered the Nagas. I was like, hey, that's the Archons. It's the same story. It's the same history. They communicate with us extra-dimensionally. And in ancient times, people used to use obsidian mirrors to communicate with the Nagas or to communicate with the Archons.
Black mirror.
Which is a black mirror. What happens when you turn your cell phone off?
Yeah, well, that's a black.
You got a black
for
mirror
you.
in your hand. So it's
What
a
happens if
scrying
you turn the
device.
TV off? That's another black mirror.
Yeah.
Every electronic thing through which you can also let the Archons or Naga or whoever come in, or at least influence you. When you turn it off, when you take the power away, the physical, electrical power, it still is a black mirror. It still becomes a black mirror.
And while it's on, the 60 hertz is putting your brain into a particular state of docile awareness.
Yeah.
And the programming is putting you into a state of fear or confusion or stimulating you in some way. If it's the news, it's fear. If it's the films, it's very often fear. There's so much fear being broadcasted, one way or another. How much violence is there in our films? How much, do we spend our time watching people suffering one way or another, whether it's romantic? You watch a romantic rom-com and you can be afraid of losing your wife or your girlfriend. You watch, there's so many ways in which they program our consciousness with fear, and then we turn it off and we've got the black mirror.
Right. Somebody said in the comments that it's just like the Greek tragedies, and I want to share this notion. This is so. Sometimes I just have like really profound thoughts that just kind of leave us all hanging. They leave me hanging. I don't know where this goes. But Euripides was a tragedian, and he relocated the chorus such that it would. He played with the potential of the chorus, that social paradigm of having the chorus as like your inner voice, like telling you what's in the thoughts of the characters as they act. They're almost like an internal dialogue that the audience gets to participate in. Well, Euripides, he started moving the chorus around in very unique ways. I invite people to research that. But eventually he embedded them into the audience somewhat. And also he would run his plays for multiple nights so that people could see the play from different angles. So they could sit on the left stage on one night and then go sit on stage right. And actually he would intentionally make it so if you're watching the play from different angles, you have different thoughts of the same thing coming at it, kind of like this Platonic realm of forms thing, where you see it from a new perspective. Well, he was working with the perspective of the chorus very dynamically, systematically, and getting results in the social engineering of Athens. I want to say that when the news became embedded into the military in Iraq, they were doing a Euripidean relocation of the chorus. They were putting the narrative, they were embedding the narrative into the military, and they're still there. They've never come out. But whatever the social engineering of Euripides relocating the chorus in his day, they did it in Iraq in a very fascinating way that the media is now fully militarized. It's embedded. It's almost, I think of it as they've inseminated a homunculus in the collective mind. That's my metaphor for what happened there.
But there is a homunculus in your mind, like literally as well. I did a whole podcast on it with one-on-one. The homunculus isn't just an alchemical being. It's actually also, I believe, like right on top or right in like in front. There is a little man in your head. Jiminy Cricket does
Yeah,
exist in your mind.
totally. He's bugging you. He's bugging. He's bugging you. Don't be bugging out.
He's always bugging me.
So that's so cool that you and Juan have woven on this. There is a homunculus in the stars. It's in the Carina constellation. In Iraq is an anagram for Carina. So in Iraq, anagrams into Carina. The Carina constellation is it's kind of a part of the Argos ship. It's like the front center frame of the boat. Some would say it's the sail, but it's a part of the boat, an important part of the boat. And it has a meteor shower on January 22nd. That's join 2-2. Joining 2-2 is a DNA encode. The homunculus is getting a meteor shower on January 22nd every year. And the homunculus actually is inside of another homunculus nebula. And I'm going to go way balls to the wall on this. I think that the Nicene Creed is an anagram for the Carina, a belief creed in Carina. The Nicene Creed is a agreement to use the skyfolding as on the homunculus of your still small inner voice. The Nicene Creed is totally homunculus covenant to use sky technology in the for mind control.
And then I just looked it up, but I guess I misspelled it because I was spelling it with a Q. But I've come to something interesting purely by chance. The Karin, Q-A-R-E-E-N, is a spiritual double of human in Islam, literally meaning constant companion. It's a spiritual double of human, either part of the human himself or a complementary creature in a parallel dimension. So you could say that it is your homunculus. It is the person within the person.
Guys, this is black belt level shit right here. Black belt with like 9 golden stripes on the tip of the belt. While we're talking, I'm walking in circles. Same ground over and over. And as you started to speak, this feather just appears out of nowhere. And it's not my feathers. I just walked over that ground 5 times. There was no feather. You started speaking, this feather just popped up out of nowhere. Literally out of nowhere. How could I have missed
this one with stripes?
Look at that. As you were saying, that is something else.
Yeah.
This one's going in the archives.
That's a beautiful feather.
It's a good one, man.
Do you know what kind of bird that is?
I wonder too. It's kind of hawkish. I don't know. Isn't that cool? It just popped out of, literally popped out of nowhere as we're talking. That is so cool. Yeah,
and
man.
Talking about that double, I think it's also a macrocosmic element to that double. Like we've got a civilization here on Earth, right? On this physical 3D type, obvious electrical universe. But then there's those that were before us. And those who were before us, many of them threw in their lot with the other king of the breakaway 200 that had been disposed. So Shaitan was actually in league with the jinn from the Arabic tradition. And they signed a contract with Shaitan to become followers, to vote him as their king. This is the ancient legends, the Arabic. But the jinn are also what humanity is, the jinn is to humanity as the homunculus is personally to each one of us. It's a group homunculus, you could say. And so there's a lot of Arabic magic that relates to the jinn, to working with the jinn. And once again, Black Mirrors, how they used to do this. Back to the Archons, back to the Naga. Something being woven here that sort of connects all of these cultures in a very beautiful way.
Yeah, man.
Karin is a jinn. She is considered or the Karina is
The
considered
queen.
a female childbed demon. So
Yeah.
she is, who's that again? Adam's first wife, Lilith.
Huh.
Makes me think of Lilith.
Yes, it is. It is. It's the same one. So Lilith was the queen of the jinn and
Yeah.
the wife of Shaitan in some legends.
Right. And she also has some dominion over the abortive energies, the unwanted, the maybe the incomplete processes that are thrown away.
She's still babies. That's right.
Yeah. And so one thing that I find redeeming is that bad ideas, they don't just, like we were talking about debunking the vibrator. You could throw it in the trash bin and never look back, or you could go and find out what went wrong. You know what I mean? And that's what you did with the podcast, like looking at the actual details and finding where the rubber meets the road on the story. You probably learned even more by not just taking it face value, by actually analyzing it and being like, why does this idea need completion or reform? And so I often think of bad ideas as literally residing somewhere that we can go back and pick them back up if plan one didn't work. And I think of this as Hades. Hades is the realm of ideas. 9 is Deus. This is the god of the 9. And this is where aborted efforts or unfinished projects can sit in stasis until somebody comes and reforms them. Is that kind of fun to think of?
It's like the Norse Germanic Helheim. It's, it is nothing. It's nothing like the Christian hell, but it's kind of a limbo. I mean, it's not really that special. It's not a grand hole, but it's also not really a dark place. It's just a place where, well, everyone else goes. I mean, there probably is, but it's just, let's say, middle shelf meat, not bottom shelf or top shelf, but it's just, it's where everyone else goes. People who die of old age, people who die of sickness, maybe indeed children who die prematurely. They will go to Helheim because it's a regular afterlife. There's nothing really special about it. It's only the elite warriors who go to Volkvanger, the hall, or the realm, I should say, of Freya, goddess of love, goddess of war, too, with her Valkyries, or Valhalla, Hall of Odin, where the elite warriors just train, eat, feast, and sleep.
Praise be.
I'm also thinking of the moon and the sun there. Like, somehow I'm thinking of the underworld as like lunar. It gets some of the light of the sun, but then whatever is there, and maybe it's a gestation in a way, like the gestation of death, where eventually that being or that idea even is like reborn as a phoenix towards like the sun.
Oh, that's a good one, actually. Because it's not
like Arizona, where the bridge was reborn.
Oh, yeah. Good point, yeah.
And the moon is associated with the feminine as well. A lot of people will say it's masculine, but I believe it makes more sense for it to be feminine, because I believe I mentioned this on another roundtable before, probably when we talked about the feminine. But if we're talking orgasms, for example, what is the male orgasm? It's one blast, and that's pretty much it. It's a solar flare. It flares up and it's done. Well, the moon, it controls the waters, it controls ebb and flow, so it goes in waves. It controls the waves. And what's a female orgasm? It's waves.
Yeah, it
That's
draws
so true.
it draws the gaze
Yeah. And
with its
then
curvature.
the underworld being connected with the moon. I mean, in Norse Shamanic mythology, it is the goddess Hela, one of the kids of Loki. As someone mentioned Loki, Hela is one of the kids of Loki. She is the goddess of the underworld. It's why it's called Helheim.
That whole Loki story is a very interesting story because he's one of the giants, but he's also a god.
Yeah, but very
Weird.
self-centered. I don't. He's not malicious, but he's very self-centered. He does things because he wants them to do, because he thinks it's funny, because he thinks it'll benefit him in some way. And if he sets out to do something and it's looking like it won't benefit him, then he is going to try and let it fail. Because if he's not going to succeed, yeah, well, fuck it, then nobody's going to succeed. And that's actually why Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, has a shortened handle instead of a full-length dual-wielding handle, because of Loki, because he managed, which is quite a feat in of itself, he managed to sabotage the works of the dwarf making Mjolnir. I believe it was the dwarf who was operating the bellows.
Wow.
Was constantly pumping hot air, and Loki was literally a fly on the wall, because he had to see how it was going, because otherwise it would cost him his head. Quite literally, that's always the thing, with Loki. The punishment is always his head. Can't blame the gods for it, but so he started swarming around the dwarf's head, trying to distract him. But the dwarf, being a master smith, like, come on, just a fly is going to distract him. No way. So what he actually did is he, I believe that he flew into the eye of the dwarf, temporarily blinding him and missing one pump of the bellow, and thereby the product that eventually became Mjolnir failing, because it has a shorter single wield instead of longer dual wield handle.
Wow. I am loving this story, my man. You are gifting me big time.
But it's Loki has, like, so many of his shenanigans actually turned out for the better as well. Because if it wasn't for Loki and his shenanigans, Odin wouldn't have his spear. Odin wouldn't have Sleipnir, his 8-legged horse. Thor wouldn't have Mjolnir. And there's another god who got a full-size boat out of it, which he could literally fold up to fit in his pocket. And that's all because Loki pretty much, Loki shenanigans. Loki being Loki, taking on a bet, and then trying to to have it fail, of course, or convincing the gods that don't worry, it's not going to happen, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
And then it did start working. That's the story with Sleipnir, for example. It's one of my favorites. It's with a master builder, because the gods wanted to have a wall built around Asgard. Yes, even the gods thought a wall was a pretty good idea. So I believe it was a master builder who presented himself to the realm of the gods, presented himself to the gods and said, hey, I can do this. I can do this in a very short amount of time. I believe in a matter of days. I believe it was, he said he was able to do it in 5 days. Loki eventually managed to negotiate it down to 3, because of course, the master builder wanted Freya's hand in marriage in return. It's another thread running through all the stories. Everyone wants Freya's hand in marriage. She is the fairest of the gods, and the most powerful one, actually, even more powerful than Odin himself. But so it's like, okay, 3 days. There ain't no way he's gonna do it into 3 days. Like, have you seen how far the quarry is from here? Like, don't worry, got this. But the master builder, he brought his stallion, and the stallion enabled him to literally work day and night, pulling stones from and to from the quarry to build the wall. So by day 2, the wall was almost finished, and day 3 it had to be finished. But they're not gonna give Freya's hand in marriage to just a mason.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how good he is, hello, we're talking Freya. So what did Loki do? He seduced the stallion in mare form, of course. Lured him into the woods for a good time, which caused the mason, the wall builder, to miss the deadline. But hey, he had to finish the wall, but the deadline was over, so no Freya. Then turns out the master stone builder, master mason, was a giant. The gods really don't like giants, so they gave that job to Thor, because he does like giants, especially when he can bash their head in. But from that luring away the stallion, eventually Sleipnir was born, the 8-legged horse of Odin, who enables him to travel freely through the 9 realms. So it's that's in so many stories that's the case. It's Loki convincing the gods of something. Then it looks like it's gonna fail. So hey, Loki, you caused the shit. You go fix it, and then in the end, something good does come of it. I mean, Loki is still not happy, but
would you say Loki is like he has a knack for the long game? Like everybody else is looking short-sighted, but he's got something up his sleeve for the next chapter.
Well, he's a trickster god, so I'd say that he has to look a bit longer term, because if you're playing a trick on people, there's a lot more involved. It's going to cost a little more time. It's going to cost a little more convincing, a little more scheming. And, if things do go awry, you got to think quick. Okay, this is not according to plan. This is not the original plan. Okay, what now? How am I going to do this? How am I going to fix this? How am I still going to win?
It makes just that idea of that long game and circumlocuting, like talking around a thing and being able to stay on the perimeter of putting a finger on it is kind of the Loki slipperiness. With the name Loki is an anagram for coil, and I just love how how playful a coil is. He's going to spring a trap, or even the movement of the bodies articulating their sine wave is actually, when you three-dimensionalize it out, it becomes a coil, really.
I mean, he is even well, he is the one who technically indirectly caused the death of Balder, the fairest of the gods. Because Balder was he was so fair and he was so beautiful, so his mother went through all the creatures throughout the realms and asked him, please do not hurt Balder, never hurt Balder, aside from the mistletoe, because she was like, what's a mistletoe gonna do? So, the gods made a game of it. Just throw everything to Balder. Like, nothing's gonna hurt him. Everything's just gonna, bounce off. It's a fun game. Put Balder in the middle, throw whatever you have. It's not gonna hurt him. But then Loki, he knew of the mistletoe. Of course he does. He's the trickster. He knows these things. He's sly. So he sharpens a branch of the mistletoe into a dart and convinced Höder, Balder's blind brother, to throw it at Balder, causing him to perish. And that's is also there. It also connects to the Persephone myth, I believe, because Balder, of course, went to Helheim, went to the underworld. Yes, even the gods go there. But once you're there is no coming back. So Odin had to go on Sleipnir to Helheim to negotiate with Hela. Like, hey, come on, like, it's Balder. You can't keep him. And Hela's like, hey, this is Helheim. This is my domain. I make the rules here. So, after some negotiating, I believe, like I said, same as in the Persephone myth, who was also said to be very beautiful, of course, and connected to the underworld. Like, it's half the year that Balder is able to be with the gods, be able to be with his mother, spring and summer. But then by the time he has to return to Helheim is autumn and winter, because, the beauty is out of the realm. The beauty has gone back to the nether realm. So everything is cold, bleak, dark, because it's missing beauty. And that's all. That's all, again, thanks to Loki.
I love knowing
I
that,
wonder
that Balder is correspondent.
Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
I just love that. Guys. Yeah, I love that Balder is correspondent to Persephone. That's my favorite thing, is to find, the other castings of this dynamic. That's so gratifying.
And I was going to talk about Shamyaja. So when we speak about the egregori, or the Gregorius, they might be known in more older traditions, but his name's egregori in the more Western schools. These are the original 200 that took form, right? Now, Shamyaza became the leader, but was actually a giant, but also then became the leader of the angels, which are the gods, right? So Loki's got that special relationship of being of both bloods. And Shamyaza seems to have that kind of connection as well. And Shamyaza also fathered the two big monsters. Now Loki fathered
Loki.
the big serpent, as
And
well as
the hound, the wolf.
So there's this connection between Loki in the one story and Samyaza in the ancient Greek story. And obviously this goes to Shem, which Shem Iaz, which is going through the pre-Babylonian tradition. So there's this ancient historical story being told here, and all these traditions seem to have the same story. They've just got different names from different language roots of what happened. But I'm seeing this Loki talking to me about Shamyaza, because I didn't know all of these stories about Loki, which is interesting, and there's a lot of parallels here.
Would you say that Loki, his vice might be pride?
Yeah.
Does that resonate?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, why else would he, try to sabotage things? Because otherwise it's gonna cost him.
Yeah.
It's gonna literally gonna cost him his head, and motherfucker's way too smart as well. Because I mean, one time, of course, he did lose the bet. So with the dwarves, I guess, or I believe. So the dwarf said, "Okay, Loki, there's the chopping block. Go lay down. That's going to be your head." And Loki said, "Ha ha ha! You never said anything about my neck, just my head." So the dwarves, of course, like, oh,
he's got the fine print,
motherfucker. So they just sewn his mouth shut. It's a good second best, I guess, especially with Loki.
Now there's another interesting angle here, because when you look at the Samyaza story, so obviously Sham is the root of the word shaman, which is another interesting point here. So it's where this entering into trance to commune with the spiritual kingdom, back to the black mirrors and all of that.
Right.
But Shamyaza was, in some traditions, to spend time, I think, with Azazel, bound between matter and spirit, with one eye open and one eye closed. Who does that remind you of?
Wotan.
Now, who was really the king of the gods? Was Odin, right?
Yeah.
Was he not the king? He was the leader. He was the king, the father.
The head of the Asia tribe. However, that is probably a position that he took over from Tyr, from Diaspater.
So he has parallels with Shamyaza with both of these characters, which is, I find that quite interesting. It makes you wonder who Loki is, really.
And Wotan is a shamanic god. He is a very, very powerful magician.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
He's the god of the elites. That's why, of the aristocracy. That's why not everyone is able to connect with him. I have tried. I do have a bit of a connection with Wotan, but it's a difficult one. He is ruthless. He is he's the wild god. He's the god of the wild hunt.
there's a connection of the words that's just bumming in my head, man. So Arizona, aristocracy, stock, race. The lineage, the stock of the race of Ari. Now the Arya, it gets interesting when you track this with the Irish myth. The Arya. Who are the Arya?
Higher.
No, the Arya. They
Yeah.
came from the ancient time. Arya is the place where we came from before we came here. And the Arya were the first original settlers here from wherever it is the hell we came from, wherever else there is. And it doesn't have to be a physical place. It's the other thing. Because we could have used the sun as a gate. That's the other part of the sun, right? Is the sun a portal? Is it a gate? Is it really a fast spinning cube that is a time modulator and a space modulator so that one can travel through the sun as a gate to get to other systems or other galaxies?
When I think of a very fast spinning cube, I think of the Metatron, who is the one who is as God.
Yes.
Yes. I was thinking about that when you were mentioning that the hammer has an abbreviated handle. So often it is indicated to me on the peripheral of thought that the hammer is grammar. And so mayhaps if the hammer had been constructed in its complete form, then the tetragrammaton would be complete. And the truncation of that is almost a metaphor for only partially hearing information. You could almost say the tha'at and ma'at, that we've deviated the information into alphabetical and mathematical. And people think of these two ologies as not married to each other. But ma'at and thoth are married to each other. And when you can see both sides of that, it's like you now have a two-handed hammer and you can see the full Metatron of the grammar of the realm.
Thoth is Mercury, who is Wodan.
And you speak about an abbreviated name. And that's quite interesting. Because guess who got the name? In the Sumerian stories and in the ancient stories, it's the same one that relates to, as in the Greek, Shamyaza. So Shamyaza got the name, and this is in the Book of Giants, in the Book of Oglia. It's got many names, but I think the Book of Oglia is probably the most commonly known one of it, or the Ogham ruins are from the Book of Oglia. It's the Book of Giants. And so it relates to the Norse, but it also relates to everything else. And Shamyaza actually got the name, and it was by getting this name that he was able to vanquish the enemies. So somehow he tricked his way into getting the name. So the great weapon that he got wasn't a hammer, but it was a name. But now you're speaking about an abbreviated name, the tetragrammaton, and we're talking about a hammer being abbreviated. This is quite an interesting parallel, because a name can be considered as a hammer that carves space and time.
Right. The echo, it generates an echo. It's also the origin of music. You know, they say Pythagoras heard two hammers, there it is again, division, two-tone.
Yeah.
The bident is a tuning fork, right? The bident of Hades. I want to make a really wild leap, just spitballing, but in the Enneagram, Shamyaza and Loki seem to have an orientation to the number 2, a giver with a shadow of pride, which is very trickster, mercurial, duplicitous, because it's a number 2. It's got this duplicitous split-tonguedness to it. And then Azazel is I'm hearing a lot of that number 7. I think it is a number 7. I think I've plotted that out before, but they balance each other. The 7 and the 2 on the Enneagram, they're mother and father of each other. And so in this narrative of their relationship, this number 7 is a enthusiast with a shadow of glutton and has a very totalitarian remedial spirit. To fix a number 7, you need totalitarian oriented dynamics. So the 2 and the 7 are mommy and daddy. It's Hera and Zeus. So Shimyaza and Azazel are also a 7 and a 2 in this weird balance where it just keeps harmonizing in my mind. But then I want to kind of throw a really fun curveball on the whole thing. This morning I mapped out this 7 to 2 balanced give and take, good cop, bad cop, is also Aldous Huxley versus George Orwell.
Yeah.
And so when we look at Shimyaza as Huxley, Huxley is the trickster. Huxley is a hoaxster. And that's so Loki oriented. So even in Huxley's name, the essence of Loki, this giver with a shadow of pride, is compartmentalized down into the name Huxley. And then Orwell is over on the other wing, number 7, which is the totalitarian thing. I mean, it's like synonymous. Orwell equals the remedial spirit of a number 7 persona.
I mean, we keep seeing that more and more, right? Like, it's okay. In which world are we living in? Do we live in a Brave New World, or is it 1984?
And it was Philip K. Dick that married the two together, that blended those two essences and gave us the palace of the Valis, of the magenta, of the placenta that is now T-Mobile, the Mobilisc collectivism that is in your hand. This altar, this table, is the Philip K. Dick Valis Palace Chalice container that all the elements come out of.
And speaking of Azazel, it's funny because he was viewed as a fallen angel responsible for introducing humans to forbidden knowledge, as exemplified in the book of Enoch.
That's the serpent from the Bible, by the way, as we know. That
it wouldn't surprise me.
Taught us about the apple and eat that apple or whatever fruit it was, the pomegranate, whatever it was, convinced Eve. That ancient story comes from the Azazel connection. And there's a connection between Shimyaza and Azazel as well. Is it the same or not? But we do know that Shimyaza got the name. Now here's the story about the name. The name Shimyaza tricked the name out of the angels, but the angels had devised a way to trick Shimyaza by giving him the name so that he would use the name to destroy himself. There's some interesting notion to the story in the Book of Giants. So essentially, he tricked them, but they were tricking him into tricking them into tricking himself. And in the process, that name got given to humans. And when the name got to humans, so he got an abbreviated version of the name that was toxic. And humans got that name from him, and that is where the Garden of Eden story comes from, that name being tricked. And that name is obviously related to the DNA, changing the DNA.
Right. Oh, man, this is so profound. What were you going to say? You go ahead.
Azazel is mentioned first in Leviticus 16. And when we look up 16 on the periodic table, we get sulfur. And sulfur, of course, being associated with hell, with the underworld.
And it adds up to a 7.
And the first part of the word sulfur is Sol, which is the old name of the sun.
Having an atomic weight of 32.
Those are the 32 parts of the tree of life.
32.06.
There is really something going on with that, like only giving part of a name or not disclosing the full potency of a word. We do that a lot, like shell corporations do that, where they just shed a skin and pop out somewhere else in another incarnation. But then also, I'm thinking about something really obscure here. In Roman warfare, there was a highly forbidden ritual that high commander was able to engage in, and it was a kamikaze spell. And we don't know the details, so I'm going to come as close as I can to what I understand this to be. But this high-ranking general would go into an enclosure of privacy and invoke these names, these forbidden names, these eldritch energies, these elder rites, the old ways. And he would call on them as though disturbing them from a very important slumber. And by pissing them off, he's gaining unworthy attention. And so now all the gods are furious that he spoke these forbidden names, and his destiny is tainted beyond imagining. He's totally bringing all hell in upon himself. And when he completes the process and gets all the fury of the gods drawn on him, he jumps on his horse immediately with that energy and rides face first into the enemy and brings all the fucking pissed off gods he just woke up with him in a valiant blaze of glory. The Valkyries ride behind him, egging him on, steering him on, prodding him with the terror of the false promises he just made to the gods. And then he goes headfirst into the belly of the opponent and brings all the conflagration down upon himself in a kamikaze mission.
Now, Shamyata also gutted the great beast. And when we go in the older forms of the story, we're talking about how Tiamat was destroyed.
Right. That's what he's doing.
That ancient great war, it's the same story.
Right. He's bringing that cosmic melodrama onto the battlefield and using it. And the reports say that by doing this, these high generals with this kamikaze god streak of blood would actually put weakness in the knees of the enemies, so that when the next wave of battle comes, they're already that much more unlikely to have the courage, because these motherfuckers are crazy. I don't want to fight these fools calling down unknown gods. I'm out. Peace. I'm going back home.
Yeah, they all build out.
The best gods for battle, the best gods for warfare would be the Norse gods. And if you manage to, piss off the Valkyrie even, man, then, I do hope you have a fast horse, because you're going to be running for a while. You don't want to piss those off.
So, guys, I gotta go. It looks like our brother One-on-One wants me to rally here coming up in the next few hours. So I should probably preserve some of my flow.
Some of your juices.
So much love, but it is getting late. I see we're like, wow.
Yeah.
Have we been running for close to 5 hours again?
Yeah, maybe we should wrap up anyway.
Yeah. Try and leave something for next time.
Yeah.
Blessings, Gabriel. Hope you have a good other podcast.
Well, God bless you, Gabriel.
Thank you, guys.
Ramon, are you talking? You're soft.
Am I? I just said blessings, Gabriel. Good luck on your next podcast. Sounds like he's busy today.
Thank you kindly. And everybody, I just want you to know this was so enriching. This was so enriching. We really brought a lot of things out into the light of day in a loving way. I'm so appreciative.
And me and all of us. Thank you, brother. God bless you. Be well great, and drop that hammer on the next show.
Have fun with one.
Big bless. So who else has more to add before we wrap this up? Wrapping up the sun. Wrapping up the story of Loki. Yes?
Can you hear me?
That's much better.
It's nothing big, but you were just talking about Tiamat. And I was just thinking, Tia, I wrote it in the chat anyway, but Tia means aunt, right, in Spanish. So, and then Mat, male, Mat, the Egyptian goddess, so aunt of my aunt.
The auntie of mathematics.
It's a very like loose connection, but I hadn't like thought of it in that way before. Like that play on words. I was like, oh, okay.
That is interesting.
Actually. Matter.
Right, balance,
Yes.
justice.
And also, this is to do with life and death, and it's to do with morality, to do with the feather that weighs the human heart. So it's the maths of morality as well being considered in terms of knowing what's right and wrong. So there's an aspect of heart knowledge being expressed, which is the feminine wave of intelligence. Very interesting that it relates to auntie, because your auntie isn't your mother, but it's the sister of your mother.
Yeah.
So it does bring an interesting connotation to it. That's a beautiful share, Ruma. I never actually realized that. Tia.
Never thought of it. My stepson, Firefay, her kid, calls Firefay's sister calls her Tia. I mean, they, Spanish, of course, is spoken a lot in the U.S. and with them, with their aunt living in Arizona and Firefay herself being born in New Mexico. They do try to get some Spanish in there, but that's a good one. I know. I didn't click until you said it, actually.
And then you got a tiara, and it's something a princess would wear.
Yes, exactly.
And if you look at Ra and how he carries the sun disk,
yes,
if you just kind of flick it backwards, you have a tiara.
Bringing it back to the masculinity and femininity of the sun and the moon. This is quite an interesting discussion, and it does relate to the sun. Relates to the yugas, relates to, well, from a perspective of theosophy or anthroposophy. And if you look at the Vedic stories, they're speaking about the universe and the world being created and destroyed, created and destroyed, created and destroyed, and that we're living in the fourth world. So there have been 3 destructive cycles. And in each of those cycles, everything is inverted. So what is masculine becomes feminine, and then in the next cycle, what is feminine becomes masculine. And so that's why we've got all the masculine figures of the moon in the past and feminine figures of the sun from way back. The feminine cats, for example, which is rather quite interesting. And I am sensing this connection between Is-Al and Isis. There seems to be some kind of a marriage between Azaz and Isis, right? Isosceles, Isis, Esh, Aleph, Shin from the, Paleo-Hebrew tradition of language, which is the basis of what the hieroglyphs became for Isis. It just seems to me that there's quite an interesting expression here, because that can be pronounced as A or E, those old letters, right? And so I keep seeing this connection between them, which I never really noticed before. Somebody was saying it, and I just heard the words, and I thought, you know what? Why didn't I think of that? But there seems to be a connection between Azazel and Isis. And Isis is the high priestess that gives you the gateway, the revelation to the inner gifts of the mysteries and the powers. And Azazel did exactly that. But we're talking about a different epoch, a different universe. And in that universe, it was a male. So it's like the same cosmic plays playing out again and again and again, only it's played out by boys, then it's played out by girls, and it's played, everything switches roles. It's like halftime, change sides, like a rugby game. Now you have to go and play from the other field. So you're playing on the winds with you. It's really a lot of fun. Like, hey, the wind's with us. Then you're playing against the wind. It's you know. And so it's a little bit interesting in that way. I do think there's a connection, and I do think it does come back to Isis relating to the moon. And Azaz Al must have a correlative connection, which is rather interesting. So I think there's going to be an interesting chapter to look at with that. But I do think that the story of the hammer and the story of the great name being shortened, and I never really made that connection with the most powerful weapon of the Norse gods being that hammer, and that hammer could represent not a physical hammer, but a more powerful hammer than a physical hammer, you know, a magical thing of a name which is a hammer that literally knocks earth into place, puts it where you want it. There's a lot to think about here. There's a lot to consider, and I think it does give us an insight into the nature of the sun as this polarizing effect that cuts everything in half, that literally is the channel through which the polarity is able to enact itself. And so the duality of Loki seems to relate to the sun as well. And I never actually ever considered Loki having a connection to the sun in the same way that Mercurius has a very powerful connection to the sun. Even though it's not specifically the sun, Mercury is traveling with the sun. And when Mercury and the sun come into conjunction, you've got the most interesting situation happening in terms of communication. And it's like the sun and Mercury are two resonances of each other. And you can see that they're trying to share this idea in Western astrology where they take the color of Mercury and the color of the sun and they invert it. So when you look at Gemini, it's orange. When you look at the sun, they've turned the sun color orange. Leo is yellow. So where Leo finds expression is the sun's expression. So the sun is actually yellow, if you think about it. But they've inverted the principles of the sun and Mercury in terms of colors on the microcosm to show you that they're the microcosm and not the macrocosm. And there seems to be some interesting correlation here between Mercury and the sun. And so Loki seems to reflect this quite well. It's very interesting. I think we're going to bump our heads against this for a while. Does anybody else have anything to add?
Not at the moment. I'm pretty gassed
I'm
out.
falling asleep. It's been so long. I'm like, oh, I'm like falling asleep. And Ramastar and Soraya, if you guys have any last gasps.
Oh no, I'm out of gas too.
I did wrote a few things in the YouTube chat that made me think of something that Rama said about Tiamat.
Tiamat,
Take like the middle piece.
Tiamo.
Yeah, Tiamo. It's kind of like that.
That's very interesting. Tiamo. That's very, very interesting. What language is that exactly?
Italian.
Huh?
Yeah.
That says Italian. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Armor, yes. Like protection.
And love.
Isn't Amor a name in Vedic that relates to the sun in some way? Amor. Amor. I'm going to look that up at some point, but I think it's a name in Vedic.
It means sun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So that's very interesting because it brings us back to the discussion that we're talking about today and how what we're saying is relevant to the sun we didn't see until we looked at the Sanskrit language. Isn't that funny? And it's like we're literally talking about the sun, but we didn't know it. And I love is the currency of the sun because it sort of keeps everything together.
Yeah.
Without the sun, everything would just be lost. The sun is like, hey, don't you love each other? Come on, let's dance together.
And amore, love.
Leo
You
is the
know.
heart, isn't it?
Sorry, Rama, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying Leo is the heart, of course.
And you know, the one you love, the one you hold most dearest, you know, your amor, your amore, being life, being the one who grants you that warmth, and you know, armor, who grants you that protection.
Yeah.
And another thing that that's been stuck in my head for this whole show, but I never got it in. When I was talking with Gabriel about degenerate, to degenerate, the opposite of that would, of course, be evolve. To evolve. In evolve, you also find love.
Exactly.
And I can
Because to love is to evolve.
Exactly. And I can personally speak on that, you know, especially with Fire Faye, you know. I mean, she is fiery. She is, you know, that light. Although, I mean, it is true, if you, you know, if you piss her off, she will burn you. But she has enabled me to evolve. If I wanted to be with her, and I do really want to be with her, I had to evolve. I had to grow. I had to evolve into a better version of myself. And, you know, Fireface love and her light and her fire, her passion, you know, enabled me to do so, gave me that strength, gave me that energy to evolve into someone better.
And the word evolve, vulva. Got to throw
Yeah.
that out there. The doorway to the vagina, to the womb, because it's the
The
love
Vesica
that takes you to the
Pisces.
doorway. Yeah, to bring you into being, rebirth,
Yeah.
through the womb.
Yeah.
And babies. Making life, bringing life into being. It's all connected to love. Without love, there would be no children, essentially, ever. I mean, even if people don't know it, even if they're getting drunk and they're having like meaningless sex, you know, people in clubs, there's some deeper love that's driving them, like some need to be loved.
Yeah.
That we all have. Even the most meaningless sex that people have comes from a place of spiritual union, which is quite an interesting concept.
I mean, even if you know, you choose to pay for it, it's paid love. You know, you're being loved for that hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, or however long you think you can last. I mean, it's not. Well, maybe it is real for in that moment. Maybe it feels real, but you know, you had to buy it to get it. But that still comes forward from that that need to feel loved. But yeah, to be loved, to feel loved, but because you are not able to evolve into someone who is capable of being loved, you have to do it with material possessions, with currency. You know, you have to use the law of the you have to use maritime law, basically the law of this world, to get that higher feeling, even if it's just temporary.
It seems like an inversion in the same way that vulva is an inversion of evolve. Because it's by abstinence that we evolve, not being animalistic, being in charge and choosing like when and how and what, you know. But when one loses that edge, if we can use that word, then one becomes taken in by the vulva, you know, seduced by the vulva, instead of sharing the womb. It's an interesting concept. Well, I think we've done well. I think we've had a really great discussion. I've been trying not to fall asleep. I wake up early in the morning and go up in the mountains with my boy. So these late nights really are like I'm like, come on.
You should hold a siesta on Saturday afternoons.
I would if I could, but I've got a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
Try sleeping then. No, it won't work.
I know how that is.
He'll be jumping around all over you.
Yeah. No, I know how that is. I got a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old here in the Netherlands, and then a teenager in the States. So.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love my kids, but rest. Yeah, no.
Sometimes you got to sleep.
They're a little too much.
He's let me sleep once in a while when I've needed a nap. It's incredible. He's actually, but then I wake up and he's like sitting on top of me. And I'm like, why can't I breathe? Why can't I breathe? Oh, he's sitting on my chest. Daddy.
Character.
Then he's like, come upstairs with me. I want to show you my government school. Like, oh no. He's got a government school built upstairs, you see.
So cute.
He's too cute. Too funny. But thank you guys so much for being here. If there's anything else that you want to add, Soraya or Stein or Roman, now is our last gasps.
No.
Oh, not really. Actually, I mean, I've shared a few things in the chat. I gave Eleanor a tip. I don't know if she could read it, but I can tell it.
Yeah.
She was saying something about Lilith.
Lilith.
There's a lady on TikTok who talks about Lilith. Tells several stories about her. And her name is Muse Creations.
Oh, I know someone too who has a very close connection with her. I believe he even has a divine marriage with Lilith, Zeros Hekathos. I've had him on the podcast once. I can. I mean, if we're going into topics like that, I can definitely invite him to come on because
she
Lilith,
is basically the first woman.
Yeah, I mean Lilith and the darker.
Not Eve is the first woman, but Lilith.
Yeah,
because
but
Eve was created for Adam, not.
Yeah.
And Lilith was already there when Adam came.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just the darker goddesses are very fascinating, very, very brutal, but very beautiful.
Yes.
When we get down to the even older stories that relate to the architect, so Yaldabaoth was the offspring of Sophia. So before this universe even existed, there was a woman.
There was a goddess. She is the primordial goddess, right? The
Yes.
goddess of wisdom. Yeah.
And then she took form here, and she got forethought was created. Forethought. And I think forethought relates to Lilith. There were different aspects. They're named in the Gnostic texts. I can't remember which ones, but forethought was one of the goddesses created. And so forethought does relate to that principle of planning and organizing knowledge in a way.
I mean, we can maybe get into that a little deeper next time, or I'll host something on my channel. If you want to keep your channel a little, in higher spirits, I don't mind going.
No, we can do them here and there and all over. There's definitely a sequence of events. We'll probably move through the astrological bodies And because that's like getting to the beginning of the story.
Yeah.
When we're talking about Lilith, we're going right back to the beginning.
Right,
And so
exactly. I was just going to say quickly, exactly like that darkness is getting right back to the beginning. Because I'm just thinking,
yeah,
I mentioned this
Yeah.
before on the other round tables, you know, when you look into your own eyes long enough in a mirror, you see that darkness, you see that primordial, vast, unfathomable darkness that just goes on forever and ever, and that wildness that can almost be frightening because the human mind can't bring order to it or quite wrap its mind around it. And then maybe, you know, at least that's what I see. If I look long enough, it's going.
I mean,
but maybe that's
if-
where Lilith comes in, because she brings that order. She
Yes.
helps us to understand that darkness.
you could even say that if your eyes are the window to the soul, or the window to the universe, and if you like microscopically look at an eye, especially at an iris, and you look at the universe, you know, it's very similar, as above, so below. So you could say that your pupils are the dark sun, are the black sun, are that black hole in the middle of the universe, your
Yeah.
own universe, your personal universe, but
Exactly.
they still are that black hole.
Yeah, absolutely.
and the sun and the moon are one
all.
part of each. Sorry,
Exactly.
sorry.
Oh,
What did you say,
sorry.
Ramon?
I was just agreeing with Stin's point and saying yes, exactly. And of course, that helps us to understand on some level. We only can through our own vessels, right? Like the all, the everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well-
that brings us back to the sun and the moon being the polarities, the two eyes, Isis and Ra.
Right, yeah.
Isis is also a snake on your head. The asp. I think one of its name is As-is, which is interesting.
Oh, like the
So-
pharaohs have on their what is it? Their garments.
yes. Yes.
Like, isn't that like coming from your third eye, or like directly aligned with your
Yes.
third
Yeah.
eye?
Yeah, because snakes
It's-
are a symbol of wisdom,
And with the
and your wisdom is captured through your third eye.
yeah, and coiling up your spine like a
Yeah,
snake. You know, the rising of the phoenix, the rising of the flame, the rising of the Christos over your spine, which is shaped like a 3. How old did Christ?
Yeah.
You know, how old did he become in the Bible? 33.
Shiva wears it on the
Master
throat.
Mason number as well.
Shiva wears it on the throat, where the Ida and the Pingala resolve, and Vishnu has the seven-headed serpent coming over his head.
Mm-hmm. I should get Jin the Ninja on here as well. He would absolutely love this.
We should
He's a guy I've done 2 podcasts with now. He's very much into Hindu and Buddhist mythology.
Lovely.
You two would absolutely hit it off. I'll invite him for the next one.
We'll have to do that. And
Nice. Or a Sufi might really understand this as well, you know, like I'm thinking the whirling dervishes, the way they circumnavigate like the essence of the universe, don't they, with their dances?
Yes.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Well, we're going to put out a net into the universe, pull back the nets. Manifest that rod, fishing rod, shooting fork, that dawn Venus.
Yeah, it sounds already like Stin has some really interesting people he could bring to
Oh, I know.
already.
I know plenty.
Yeah.
It's one of the big pluses, one of the very big advantages of having your own podcast and being friends with a lot of other podcasters. You have access to very interesting, very knowledgeable people.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to network this and bring more people to this conversation, especially when it comes to these more very profoundly occult topics. As we're going to progress, it's going to become more and more occult as we move forward. We're going to get back to that darkness.
Like at this rate, we're gonna have to do it like at 2 channels simultaneously. Like 10 people is just not gonna be enough.
Right, exactly. Or just do what we did before, where we have to take turns who sits in the back.
That's an
We should
interesting
make a schedule
idea.
then.
It's an interesting idea of having 2 channels simultaneously so we can have 20 people discussing.
That would be
I don't know
quite
how we would do that.
Tim's
We'd
channel.
have to have people mediating between the two. Wouldn't we?
We'll figure out the logistics later. It's getting late. My
Well, have an absolutely gorgeous night. Thank you, guys. Thank all of you for being here with your beautiful wisdom, your beautiful ideas, your beautiful feelings, and how this conversation has evolved has been like a real head spinner, eye opener, mind opener, heart opener, and decoding adventure. I'm not sure what happened to Lieberlam. He was here and then he wasn't here.
Oh, I'll tell you.
yeah,
I had to help someone.
Yeah, he had
Okay.
issues with or like a friend of his had some issues. He was called.
Did he put it in
for
the private
help,
chat?
I
Did he?
believe. Yeah, he did.
Okay, that's why I didn't see it. I've been trying to keep my eye on the chat so I can move what people say to the actual screen. But yeah, so much love to everybody that's been watching. I hope you all enjoyed the show and have an absolutely awesome weekend, what's left of it. Keep it sweet, keep it real. Big blessings to all of you. Thank all of you and all of those that have come and been and gone in the show. And thank you to all of those of you that are still with us and have been commenting and sharing. And Kyriakos, it's only a pleasure. And to everybody else that's probably left, and to those of you that will be watching retrospectively, so much love to you all. Big bless, and don't forget, wake up in the mornings and watch the sunrise. That's what's going to tune your pineal gland, what's going to tune your brain, going to tune your hormones, going to tune your sleep circadian rhythms so that you can get in tune with nature, the earth. The sun is the tuning fork. So the moon will give you the direction, but the sun will give you the pulse. Shall we leave it at that?
Yes.
Om Shanti. Go an amazing and
Much love, everyone.
It's been
to you,
awesome. Until next time,
and to
everybody.
you. Until next